Yap, 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 yap. Hello? It's loud. What's up, chat? I'm tired. Why'd I go live? Why do I do this to myself? What was I even planning on talking about? I don't even know. I'm tired. I'm surprised to see you go live in the morning with how late you went last night. I mean, it's not like I have anything better to do. But maybe I should just, I don't know. Should I just end stream? Well, I'm already here. Why end stream, you know? Might as well keep talking about influencer TikTok drama while going live on TikTok. I don't know if I have much else to add to it, though. It's hot in here, though. Ugh, okay, gross. I look green. Maybe that's just my eyes. What's up, chat? You know what? I'll end stream when I hit 34,000. How about that? But why is my. Why is this not pausing? Oh, there we go. I fixed it. Thought you were gonna stream today. I wasn't. I don't know why I went live. Force of habit, I guess. What's up, chat? My head hurts. I would not be complaining about how sick I am, though. Dick Tone's telling you to let him go and it's Friday. You're lying to me. Don't lie to me. Don't lie to me. I don't believe you. He's signed with like Mythic, isn't he? Why would Mythic let him go? They still have Asmongold. It's not like they care about morals or whatever. Sorry to you ended at like 1 a.m. my time. I didn't really talk about anything interesting. Honestly, we might just go over what I talked about yesterday, but I want to do it while live on TikTok to farm TikTok drama clout and likes and stuff. That you sleep in because of COVID? I can't sleep. Maybe that's part of the problem. I can't sleep. I don't know if you ever tried sleeping with COVID. It sucks. Like just laying down like blocks up my sinuses and it's hard to breathe. And so I legitimately feel better when I'm not laying down. Do you have a fever too? No. I literally bought my dad bought me a freaking thermometer or whatever. Oh, Tectone posted it himself? I don't know how much I believe Tectone's post, if I'm being entirely real. Mm. Mm. Spoke to Mythic's leadership today, and we all agreed. It's best if I step away from Mythic. Nothing but love for the team. Excited to watch them as they continue to crush it. That being said, they've always done right by me, so I'll continue to recommend them. Tectone is an infamous liar. Yeah. Which is why I was like, I don't know how much I believe that. Right. Also, I won't make any like wide sweeping assumptions that Mythic dropped him. They're fine with Asmongold. So yeah, only time will tell. Only time will tell. Maybe it's the viewbots. Maybe. Ooh, okay. Let me postulate a little bit. What if Mythic's sponsors saw the conversation around viewbots, saw that Tectone was encouraging the use of viewbots, even sarcastically or whatever, and they were like, "We're not gonna work with you so long as Tectone is there," and Tectone had to part ways. You know, in order for Mythic to continue to get sponsorships for their other talent. I have no evidence or proof of this. It's just purely fan fiction. But I think that would be funny. So I'm going to believe that. I'm going to choose to believe that. Anyway, what's up, chat? How are y'all doing? With the Majin Buu bonnet. I don't know if it was specifically Majin Buu inspired, but thank you. It's the same bonnet I usually wear. Because I can't find my black one. It's around here somewhere. I'm tired. Yeah, who made the stream yesterday? There's also a few videos I want to watch as well.
All right.
Because apparently, like, Devin Nash left his agency, which I'm like, interesting. There's this Ludwig video. We can watch.
Are you mad right?
Remember when I used to post like almost daily content on YouTube? That's kind of crazy. And it's also this Charlie video. Check it on your fellow Nash head. You're sick, give yourself a break. Hey, hop off me. I'm an adult. I can do what I choose to do. So we're gonna speed through a few of these things, and then I'm gonna go live on TikTok, and we're gonna talk about influencers again, just because I don't want to let them live that down. So let's start with this shorter Charlie video. It's 5 minutes.
Right now? Do you want to be? I saw a video today that was pretty. Are you mad right now? Do you want to be? I saw a video today that was pretty infuriating. This lady is behind the wheel of a rented vehicle from Turo. This is allegedly posted by the owner.
Turo? What is Turo? Is that like Uber for rented vehicles?
Of that vehicle after, spoiler alert, she gets into an accident here and then tries to lie about what happened. This was posted in response to that to show what actually happened, and if
It's like Airbnb of cars. You can put your car up for people to rent. Oh. I don't know how I feel about that concept.
you've got some keen peepers on
Wait,
you.
did I say Uber for cars? Ubers already have cars.
Astute observers may have noticed she's texting while driving. But to be honest, I don't even think that's accurate to say because she is doing more texting than driving. So she's like occasionally splicing in some
I don't
driving.
let anyone drive my car. Yeah, because they claim that it's for people like you. Like, oh, if you're a regular person who just doesn't use their car much, you could rent your car out to somebody and they can drive it around or whatever. But it's not for that. Or maybe it started as that and now it's become corporatized, right? Because I saw a video being like, yo, if you're black, let me put you on game real quick. You want to go out, save up $3,000. Use that $3,000 to buy a used car in cash. And then rent that car out to Uber drivers, and they're paying like $150 a week to rent that car out. And then make another $3,000 and then buy another car, rent that car out as well. And then you make $1 billion. It was a video like that. Right? I'm just like, number one, you're stupid. Because this will happen to you. So, dumb person will text and drive and crash your car. And guess who's liable for that? Not the dumb person, it's you. You're liable for that. You got to pay for the damages. Even if for somehow you're like, oh, in the rental agreement, they pay for accidents. Good luck suing somebody who's Uber driving for a job. Do you think that they're made of cash? You're going to have to foot the bill for that. People think it's like, oh, just buy a used car and rent it out and you'll make a bunch of money. There's no downsides. Like, no, there is downsides. You are now a business owner. You have to eat the costs for your business. And you're not a big bank. The government's not going to bail you out. I don't know if I can find the video, but it was so long ago. But like, there's a video I did see. It was like about like black excellence. Wait, is it this guy? He's black. He looks kind of familiar. It is this guy, I think. I can't find the video that I was talking about. Yeah, I'll just keep playing this.
Between her texts. It seems like she's in some kind of heated argument, and that is like her primary focus is sending these text messages while on the road. I'm sure I don't need to educate you on the dangers of texting while driving. I'm not the DMV. I'm also not your dad. I imagine most of you know that, and this is one of the most egregious examples of texting while driving I've ever seen. She could easily have just pulled over and sent those messages if it's that urgent. but instead she said, fuck it, we'll do it live. So she's doing it while on the road.
Honestly, you'll be surprised about how many people text and drive. You will be surprised about how many people text and drive. It's a lot of people, chat. There's a lot of people who just like pull their phone out and just like, you text and drive? No, I don't even drive right now. My car's in North Carolina, so I can't even do it if I wanted to. But no, I don't text and drive. Also, if I did, why would I tell you? That's against the law.
Road, risking her life and the life of those around her. I guess she's really got places to be in those messages. That's like fucking utmost importance. If you're not first, you're last. If you're not pooping, you're shitting.
Like, she's speeding too. Like, she's not even like going slow. She's like full on speeding. You hear the car revving up. And she's not even looking at the road. Oh, she glances up every now and then. That's fine. She took her hands off the... Sorry. I got a little bit out of character there. I got a tad bit out of character there. Did not mean that was a completely visceral reaction. She took her hands off the wheel to two-hand text and drive in a rented car. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I can't. That's insane. She's literally veering off the road, obviously. Yeah, stupid. Stupid. You're lucky it wasn't worse than that. She's so lucky all she hit was the mailbox and she didn't hit this pole here. Right? Or this pole here. Or this pole here. Or this one. Right? Or this one. Or another car. The cars, if she hit another car, the car would have crumpled at least. And there are safety mechanisms in there to protect both drivers. Hitting a stationary pole going like 45, 50 miles per hour could kill her. Oh, the cement truck 100% would also kill her. Like, true. But like other cars are at least built with accidents in mind. That pole was not. She could have flipped over. There's a number of things that could have happened.
Even while her car is veering off the road and blasting a mailbox, she is firmly grasping that phone. She is gripping the shit out of that. She still will not set it down in the act of crashing this vehicle. She treated that phone like it was the fucking Tesseract there. She was not parting with it. It's not until it is finally stopped that she sets the phone down and then puts her head in her hands and then immediately picks the phone back up after like 3 seconds. It's like she can't...
It's because of them dang phones. That's what I've been saying. It's because of them dang phones. These kids these days don't know nothing about nothing except for eat hot chip and use that dang phone and lie. Exactly. Think about that. Eat hot chip, use that dang phone, and lie. It's a new or old video because now we have retext or speech to type. It's a new video. Even with these things, chatter, people still text and drive. Like, it's a lot more common than you think. People just think that it won't happen to them. They think, oh, I can do it. You know? I can do it because I've been doing it. It had never worked out wrong for me. But she literally she had her foot on the accelerator, no hands on the steering wheel. I have no idea how she thought that was going to end. We're not even talking about like coasting on an empty highway. We're not even talking about like going like 20 miles per hour, right? In a residential neighborhood at like, 3 a.m. in the morning or whatever. She's going like 45, 50 miles per hour, right? On a 2-lane road where traffic is coming this way. And she took her hands off the steering wheel, eyes off the road, and kept her foot on the accelerator. I'm kind of surprised she didn't try to turn the car on the road. Good. I mean, we already know she's dumb, so.
Can't be separated from it. It's her fucking umbilical cord. It's unreal. It's actually a miracle she didn't just have a head-on collision.
That's actually a pretty bad analogy from Charlie. Rare Charlie bad analogy, because umbilical cords are literally designed to be separated from people. You don't describe something inseparable as an umbilical cord, because umbilical cords are literally, that's the first thing that happens when you're born. Like they separate you from the umbilical cord. So that's not a perfect analogy here from Charlie, but should have stuck with the dick jokes. True.
Here, I counted too. She looked up from her phone only 5 times in the amount of time that she spent on that single lane there. So she spent the vast majority of her time there behind the wheel looking at the phone, glued to it. In fact, she even double-fisted the phone at one point to get two-thumb action in there. No hands on the wheel, not looking up at the...
Honestly, the craziest part is not using swipe to text. If you are going to text and drive, which you shouldn't, not using one-hand swipe to text is insane. But at that point, might as well just click on the text or speech to text button and transcribe it. And at that point, just call the person. Like there are like 7 different layers of things you could have done before getting to that point. But like if you're texting and driving, I have no hope for you. At this point, we're almost at a natural selection perspective. With people like this.
Road. It is actually an act of God that she didn't kill herself or somebody else there. Just an unsuspecting, innocent car that she could have easily veered to the left instead of the right and just hit with a head-on collision, which would have potentially been fatal. Also, her squeals that she lets out, oh man, that is ear-piercing. And then she has like that full-blown like angry middle-aged...
She's not even squealing because, oh no, I just crashed his rental car. I feel so bad. She's squealing because, how dare you interrupt my text message? How dare you interrupt my text message? I was almost done with it. I was almost done with it too.
Mom scream after it like comes to a stop when it's entirely her fault.
She's mad at the mailbox for getting in the way. Exactly.
Apparently, again, the story is she's like a nurse practitioner and lied to the Turo owner here of this vehicle about what happened and why the car got crashed.
Wait, what did she say? Did she say somebody ran her off the road? I need to know what her response is.
Too many details on all of that, but it's entirely her fault. You can see here in the footage, she is texting the vast majority of the time that she spends on the road. And I imagine this isn't an isolated incident. This is probably how she goes about her daily commutes. You can tell people till the cows come home how dangerous and bad it is to text and drive, but then you're still going to
have... I was feeling better yesterday seemed tough. I feel like the exact same.
Have people like this doing it. And it's actually, to me, it seems like becoming more common. Like, I know there was, like, even a trend a little while ago for streamers to do, like, car streams, and in some of them, they were just texting and reading the chat while driving. Like, while being filmed.
Yep, that is a thing that also happened.
Doing it. So it seems like people don't really grasp how important it is to not drive distracted. But anyway, this is probably the most egregious example of it that I've seen.
This is one of the things where like everybody's like, yeah, how dare you do this? But I know for a fact that a lot of people who yell at these like streamers or even this person text and drive. It's way more common than you think. I get in Ubers all the time and there's Uber drivers just like freaking swiping on his phone to text message while driving. And I'm like, hey, if I die, I die. But like, you know, I'm watching you. It's a lot more common than you think. You know?
This is unhinged. It's like she totally forgot she was operating a motor vehicle. She was so engrossed in her phone. That took priority over everyone's lives around her and her own life. Now, I don't know what the outcome of all of this was. There's not a ton of information I can find on it, other than, like, she's apparently a nurse practitioner and apparently lied about how the car got crashed. But the owner of the vehicle had the interior facing dash cam as well as the other dash cam. People were debating if that's even legal to have like a rented car with an interior facing dash cam.
It's your car. You know? That's kind of like getting mad at like having an Airbnb and there being a camera in the Airbnb. It's technically their house. I don't know how that would be illegal. Maybe immoral and ethical, but like illegal is weird. Like, yeah, I rented this car and I wanted to have sex in the back seat, and the driver saw all of it and reported me to the police. That should be illegal. You know what I mean? Like, should it? Should be illegal? Should it? There should be some regulation when it comes to like, rentals as a whole. Like, it's illegal for Airbnb since it's assumed private spaces, like for bathrooms, but not cars. No, for Airbnb, you can have a camera in public spaces, like the living room. You obviously can't have a, yeah, there's like some layer or expectation of privacy, like in like the bedrooms or in like the bathrooms. Then it is illegal. But you can have a internal facing camera pointing at like the entryway, right? Or the living room, right? Or the backyard, right? Or the deck. In places that are no inside, yeah. That is it. That is a thing. Of an Airbnb, I've seen it. It's like a hotel. Do you think Airbnb is regulated like a hotel? I don't know if that's the case. I'm walking around naked in a hotel room. Hotel rooms have a different standard than like an Airbnb. You're in somebody's house, right? And that's a little bit different than a hotel room that sells you a private space. You should have to tell the person at least. Yeah, I think that's true. Again, I think there's an ethical conversation there. Like, I don't think it's ethical for that to be the case. Like, if you don't trust people to not mess up your home or whatever, don't rent it to anybody. Like, I'm against Airbnb as a concept. Right? You know what I mean? But like, it is not a hotel. Which is why I don't use Airbnbs. If I have a choice, I will always use a hotel when I travel. Because I only travel for work anyway, so my job is paying for it. Right? There's just no benefits to having an Airbnb, in my personal opinion. It may on the surface appear cheaper, but when the owner slaps you with a cleaning fee for no reason, you know, the price starts to rack up in comparison to like just getting a regular like 2-star hotel. You know, and even then, there's a level of presumption of privacy, and there's a level of regulation when it comes to the hotel industry, or the hospitality industry, that just does not exist with the Airbnb. You know? I mean, it's only nice if you're trying to cook food with a bunch of people and need a real kitchen. I mean, sure, but like that's a different conversation. At that point, it's more of like an Airbnb for like a retreat purpose as opposed to like lodging. You know? Yeah, there's some benefits to Airbnb, but that's just not something that I necessarily need. Right? And theoretically speaking, like, I saw a TikTok, it was so funny. They're like, never let that one friend order an Airbnb, and they made the entire bathroom a room. You know, they moved the toilet inside of the shower, and they put like the beds inside of the bathroom, right? And it was like the shower was the bathroom because it was a big shower. And there was like beds inside of the bathroom because it was a big bathroom. Right. And they called that a room for their Airbnb. I'm not even joking. I wonder if I can find the video. Bro, it's so hard to find any videos nowadays.
I live like
Pretty
a
sure it's not on
capitalist
TikTok.
every single day, Shank.
Here, let me
I
see.
live as a capitalist, okay? I live when I believe.
ZPD 1985 just
ZPD,
subscribed.
ZPD. Sorry, give me a second. Watch history. Oh, I see my ex-girlfriend pop up. That's so sad. Oh, I didn't see it on TikTok. I saw it on Twitter. Sorry, I got distracted. What was I talking about? You can rent anything. Wasn't there a Danny Gonzalez video about him renting a friend?
Hello everyone, welcome back to the second channel. I recently found this video of this guy.
Well, let me finish this video first. We're almost done with it.
I looked it up. It is.
They break up before I left Mongolia. It's a Chinese Valentine's Day here. 0829. Sorry to hear that, chatter. You're in the same boat as me. But hey, it'll all work out. Or it won't. You know? What are you gonna do?
You just need to disclose to the renter that it's there, which I imagine is part of like the signed contract between them or something. I've never used Turo. I'm not super familiar with it, but it seems like the owner is well within the right to do that. And I could definitely see why people that are renting their car out might want that as like a bit of a security measure here, as this case beautifully illustrates where
Can I rent
your
a to live? I wish.
car gets wrecked and then all of a sudden the person that was driving it starts farting out a fairy tale about how it's not their fault, and then you've got no evidence that it was their fault, so now you're stuck with your dick in your hand and you're gonna have to pay for that most likely. So I can see.
And to be fair, you do sign up for some risk when you become a business owner. I will say that. Like people who are like, oh no, I rented to this tenant and they destroyed my apartment. Like yeah, that sucks. I'm sorry to hear that. But you do assume some risk when you become a business owner. Like that sucks, but like don't start a GoFundMe to fix the apartment. You started the business. You became a landlord. And you got to eat that. Right? Let's have a conversation about why you were evicting them in the first place, and potentially if they could or couldn't afford the rent. You know what I mean? Like Let's have that conversation about you just potentially raising the rent in a way that they can't afford it, giving them no time to acclimate. They can't pay the rent and then they get evicted. And of course, they're upset about that because you're kicking them out of the place that they lived in for a period of time. And then they trash the apartment. And you're acting like, sorry, I had to do it. When like it was completely like passive income for you. Like, there's no like active labor you were putting into like making money off of this person's, you know, off this other person's labor. I don't have that much sympathy for like small business owner, landlord types. Personally. That's just me though. I do as a human understand how it could feel pretty bad, you know, to have your house that you rented out to somebody destroyed. Straighten the pipes is what I will give you in return. Some real radical people in this chat. I mean, that's just the chat, you know. That's just the chat. I don't like landlords, okay? That's my take. I'm not a fan of landlords. Or the concept of like commodified housing as a whole.
See why you would want that there, and in this case it probably saved them a huge headache because they can instantly point to this as her fault, because it is her fault, entirely her fault. Anyway though, enough blabbering about it from me today. A little PSA for you: don't text and drive. That's really about it. See ya.
What? Loser steals Pokemon cards? Is this about the scalper?
You think I'm unshowered and greasy, don't you? Greasy, don't you?
I know exactly one human being whose parents own 2 houses and he lives in one and is a trained handyman himself, so he actively maintains the house well. All that said, landlord should not exist, even him. And he's the best case scenario. Yeah, it should, like, landlord should not exist in the same way that profit under capital society should not exist. It does exist now, and I still think that there should be a way to do what exists now in a more moral and humane way as we move towards the most moral system, right? So I won't, this is why I don't spend a lot of time yelling about like the grandmother whose retirement plan is built into the property that she owns, you know? Like I still don't like that as a part of as like a foundational part of my moral system, because it's still built off of the labor of other people, right? Being extracted in a way that capitalists just always extract labor. But I will spend more of my time criticizing like corporate landlords and freaking BlackRock and things like that, because they are just a worse version of that, right? I feel like oftentimes do leftists look at the least bad version of an immoral act inside of a system and spend all of their time criticizing that, right? Because it's the closest to their position, as opposed to like zooming back out just a little bit and like criticizing the system as a whole. You know what I mean? Like leftists who are just like, who yell about like, who are like anti-electoralism, but they yell about like Zohar Mamdani specifically. Like, if you don't care about electoralism, that's fine. That's totally cool. But it feels weird to like focus your criticism about people who do engage in electoralism at like the most left-wing version, right? The most left-wing version of that in the first place. You know what I mean? That's what is weird, in my opinion. Yeah, if you never raised rent, it's still way better than corporate landlords. I think everyone deserves better. I really love how liberal talking points on housing, and as the developers really want to build more houses and bring the housing costs down, or bring down the housing costs. But it's those pesky regulations that prevent them. Yeah, abundance, baby.
You should be ashamed of yourself. That's pathetic. This is called acting. I am simply playing a character that is a slimy, greasy caveman. It's method acting, you swine. You wouldn't know anything of it, would you? With your ignorance out of the way and this myth fully busted and debunked, I'd like to proceed with the video topic, if you don't mind. which is of course more Pokemon card thieves.
I literally caught somebody in 4K stealing a Charizard from my booth at a card show. So let's do a play-by-play.
Okay, I don't really care about this.
Guy in Japan who rents himself out as a friend. Or as this video describes it, he rents himself out to do nothing, which actually sounds more suspicious than just renting out a friend. That kind of sounds like they are doing something and it's nefarious. But if you watch the video, it really does seem like they just do nothing.
This Japanese man rents himself out to do nothing.
For example,
I live like a capitalist
this man
every
is
single
not
day,
doing a
Shake.
darn
I live as a
thing.
Morimoto will offer his companionship to attend events,
Dayanum, just
dine with
subscribe.
clients, and sometimes
Smile.
Dayan, I'm thinking for the 9-month resubscription.
provide a listening ear.
Sometimes he provides a listening ear, other times he just ignores the shit out of you, just like a real friend.
で、まあ呼ばれた場所に僕が行ってそこで、特に何もしないという。
Roughly a quarter of his clients are repeat customers, including a woman who's hired him 270 times.
That's crazy.
Lady, just... You know what, it's fine.
To hang out with someone that much and not just be friends now. Like, he's still charging her. That would be the biggest hit to my ego.
This is literally the plot of Rent a Girlfriend, by the way. This is quite literally the plot of Rent a Girlfriend. This Rent a Girlfriend is a manga and anime about some dude who keeps renting a girlfriend, right? And like she apparently like develops feelings for him or whatever, but she keeps charging him, and he spent like tens of or hundreds of thousands of dollars renting her. Spoilers? Oh, sorry, spoilers. I guess I haven't read the freaking series. All I know is I keep seeing it pop up on Twitter every like 2 weeks because there's a new chapter coming out, and they're like, "Yep, chapter 585. They're still not together now." And he keeps renting her. He keeps paying money, right, to have a girlfriend. And it starts out as like oh, my parents are coming over and I need a girlfriend to like show my parents that I'm not a loser, you know? And then like he rents the girlfriend and it's like, oh, now my friends know about her. So I have to keep paying for her because now we're going on a double date. And then, yeah. Hey, she just keeps taking the money, which I'm like, I respect the hustle. But yeah, all I've seen of that show is the mangaka had a whole Twitter account where he pretends that she's real. He's a married dude, by the way. Bro, what is up with mangakas and having like a throuple relationship with their created characters? From episode 1, their grandmas are friends and ship them. When you're into fandom but you're too broke, so you have to read a manga. I read about it in a manga, basically.
Ego ever. If I like paid this guy to hang out with me 200 times and he at no point was ever like, hey man, you don't have to keep paying me to do this. We're basically,
no, bro, that's his job. You know what I mean? That is his job.
Like family now. He's still like, no, this is still a chore for me to hang out with you, even though we're doing absolutely nothing. This is really draining on me and my time.
まあ飲食なんか物を食べたりとかはするんですけど、つまりこう飲み食いはする。あとは
Anyway, we won't spend too much time on this. But that people do rent things and like rent friends and stuff. Jesus, this is a 12-minute video. It has like 1 million views. Gosh dang. Anyway, now it's time for the real reason that we're here, and that is to further talk about. I guess we could talk about why Devin Nash is leaving his influencer agency job. But Devin Nash is boring. Also has no emotion, really.
So I left my agency. I want to talk about why I left.
This is like half
I
his
want to talk about
personality. You know what I mean? If you talk about Devin Nash, he always talks about, I work at an influencer marketing agency, yada, yada, yada. This is half his personality, so I wonder how he's going to survive, right? The way that Pirate Software talks about working at Blizzard is the way that Devin Nash talks about having an influencer agency job. You know? Why did you see a Tectone tweet? Oh, this is Tectone getting dropped by Mythic. Or agreeing to step away from his talent agency, Mythic. That's it. That's the answer.
Some of the general things that are happening in the influencer industry that you kind of never hear about because nobody from the industry actually talks about it. It's just people that are influencers, but you never kind of hear from the people that work in it. And for the past 2 years I've worked in it, I ran an advertising company. So we worked for brands and we would take their budget and we would run it. We did big ads. Mostly by the end of it, we're working for mostly major companies. So there was some internal business issues and stuff about why I left, some disagreements with the co-founders. I probably won't end up talking about. We'll see, but it's not really important. The main thing is the theme of this video is this thing that I want to talk about a lot is soul. And I feel like I got into the work of taking care of influence.
Soul? Okay, I don't care about soul. Anyway, let's get to what I actually do care about. And that is, I have to go live on TikTok to continue to talk about influencers on TikTok. TikTok. Let's see. Liberal. Say TikTokers. Paid to shill. Why? Save. All right. Go live. And then we go to TikTok and then we press start. I gotta copy this. Copy. Modify. Paste. Okay. Stop. Start. There we go. All right. Should be live now. Let's check. I'm in the final rounds of a TikTok by Dance interview today. Fingers crossed you had a Sean playing over there. W, can you get me partnered or verified?
What? Got a fucking dictator who hates niggas!
Got me thinking of
what? What are wrong? Why? What is happening on TikTok? What was that?
First day of class. So 2 days ago, I made a response to this video.
Oh, well, Newsom hates homeless people. So the fuck what? Got a fucking
What is wrong with people online? Okay.
dictator who hates niggas!
Got me thinking about that poem that we all know, right? There's been
Okay, I need to see the original video. I need to see the original video. Because what are we talking about? What do you mean, so what, that Gavin Newsom hates homeless people?
I haven't posted consistently on this app for the past month or so, so I'm just gonna give y'all some quick fire opinions and takes on things. Seeing a bunch of black people.
Oh, well, Newsom hates homeless people. So the fuck what?
How much sleep did you get? Like 4 hours?
Fucking dictator who hates niggas!
What? What are we talking? You could have just told people to vote for the proposition. I would have supported that video. You could have just told people to vote for the proposition. But you had to say all that. Your unwavering, uncritical, consistent support of.
When I start talking about people in my community, y'all gonna hate me. Not y'all. Also not y'all. But some of these people gonna hate me. Because we need to have a real conversation about black liberals. I said this on my Twitter, right? Which, again, we will get to the important part of this discussion today, right? When Roland Martin said, preach Brian Tyler Cohen, and I said, we gotta have a real conversation about this person too while we're at it. Like, people like Roland Martin, people like this lady.
Oh, Oh, well, Newsom hates.
Right? The whole like, oh, we're the 92% people. I got thoughts on y'all, but I'm going to hold it for right now. I'm going to hold it for right now. So we're going to play this. We're going to play this video, and then we're going to get to the actual important part about like these liberal TikTokers who are getting paid by sometimes the DNC, sometimes certain separate affiliate organizations, and what information I have about that I have not yet shared to the TikTok audience, if they so wanted to want to see. But yeah, I want to watch this video. I'm not on social media too long. Out of 92%, the 92% responds to like or refers to Black women voted for Kamala Harris at a rate of 92%. 92% of Black women voted for Kamala Harris. And so when they're saying, oh, we're part of the 92%, you know, we did our job. They're saying that we voted for Kamala Harris. I thought you were going to rest. Yeah, I was going to, until I realized that rest is stupid. And I'm here yapping and talking trash.
Hates homeless people. So the fuck what? Got a fucking dictator who hates niggles.
What? You could have just told people to vote for the proposition. I would have supported that video. You could have just told people to vote for the proposition. But you had to say all that. Your unwavering, uncritical, consistent support of Democrats has pushed you to this point. Where you can say, I don't give a damn about the homeless because we got other... You had to have watched that video back before you posted it. In the little editing software that they give us here on this app. You had to have watched it back. And yet you still thought it was good enough to press post. You know, I hope a few years down the line,
let my people free. Yeah,
I can't.
Free my people.
Because I was told that it's surveillance if I save a video and address it later and ask you what nonsense you were on at the time. I can't do that. That's evil according to y'all. So let me not do that.
So I understand a lot of y'all. That's why I gave it last night. No, that sub count is fake. I'm at 25 technically.
Scared and worried about the future, and you want to make sure all your bets are placed properly so that we don't go into the situation again post 2028. But for the love of God, we're not there yet. So please just use your brain.
Oh, well, Newsom hates homeless people. So
interesting. Anyway, that's not what I want to talk about. What I want to talk about, and now that I feel a little bit better, my voice feels like it's getting a little bit better. I want to talk about this article, and now we can actually read it because I can actually, read today. Let's talk about this article that everybody's talking about online, and that has some insider knowledge about. And that is an article written by Taylor Lorenz. You either love Taylor Lorenz or you hate Taylor Lorenz. Taylor Lorenz wrote an article titled, "A Dark Money Group is Secretly Funding High-Profile Democratic Influencers. An initiative aimed at boosting Democrats online offers influencers up to $8,000 a month to push the party line. All they have to do is keep it secret and agree to restrictions on their content." Taylor has some insane hate coming her way over this article, which is not surprising because it steps on the toes of people who have money. Can I have mixed feelings about Taylor? Sure, you can have mixed feelings about Taylor specifically. Right, but this is a conversation. This is a Wired article about essentially dark money funding liberal influencers, which at its face doesn't sound like the worst thing in the context of, hey, Republicans do it all the time. But when you realize that there is an overall trend when it comes to what these influencers talk about, it makes you think, right?
I live like a capitalist every single day, Shank.
It makes you think a little bit, right?
Okay.
About like,
Walter White
this
just
organization,
subscribed.
does it have a say over what these people post? Is it, maybe not explicitly, but implicitly coercing certain types of content and having people having certain types of positions? And what does that look like? Right? That's the question. Walter White, thank you for the 9-month subscription. So I want to go through this article real quick. Who can we trust anymore? Just ask me. I will tell you if they're paid. to my knowledge. I find it interesting that A. Pacman in BTC's video only covered the chorus group, never mentioned the 1630 group that Terry's saying was doing the funding. Yeah, but we'll get to that in a second. This is how the article starts. It says, in a private group chat with in June, dozens of Democratic influencers, Democratic political influencers discussed whether to take advantage of an enticing opportunity. They were offered $8,000 per month to take part in a secret program aimed at bolstering Democratic messaging on the internet. But the contract sent to them from Chorus, the nonprofit arm of a liberal influencing marketing platform, came with some strings. Among other issues, it mandated extensive secrecy about disclosing their payments and had restrictions on what sort of political content the creators could produce. In their group chat, influencers debated the details. Excuse me. Should we send a joint email with all of our email addresses, or are we going to send things separately and hope that they change everything for everyone? Lorenzo, a non-binary creator in Columbus, Ohio, with over 884,000 TikTok followers, asked the group. Some joked about the collective bargaining. Any Newsies fans here? Lisa Orleans, a public defender and reality TV star known for her appearance on Survivor, posted in the group, "We are a union just by saying so." This is also not necessarily the case, but like whatever. The influencers in the collective chat collectively had at least 13 million followers across social media platforms. They represented some of the most well-known voices online posting in support of Democrats, but and they're the key to whatever the party moves next. But ultimately, the group didn't make much progress. Reading through these revised Chorus contract, like you win some, you lose some, a reproductive justice influencer named Pari, who posts under the handle Women in America, responded later in the thread. I also think that there's at least 4 other things that should change, but I get the vibe from their email that this was was that there would be limited, if any, changes. Lorenzo and Orleans and Parley did not respond to requests for comment. I don't feel strongly about pushing, to be honest, Aaron Parnas. Ooh, we'll get to Aaron in a second. Trust and believe. I don't feel strongly about pushing, to be honest, Aaron Parnas, a Gen Z news influencer who has been called a Gen Z Walter Cronkite and has been lauded in legacy media outlets, posted online. They aren't going to modify it anymore. It seems like a take it or leave it. Parnas declined to comment. See, that's interesting, right? How everybody else was talking about, like, hey, should we ask for changes? Should we push for changes? And Aaron Parnas is like, oh no, we should just suck it up and deal with it, right, guys? It doesn't look like they're gonna change anything. We should just kind of deal with it. Interesting. I believe we're in stage 5 acceptance, Pari responded. Creators began signing on to the deal. For years, Democrats have struggled to work with influencers. In 2024, President Joe Biden's White House snubbed several prominent content creators after they lightly criticized the administration over its policies on climate change, COVID, Gaza, and the TikTok ban. Really? Gen Z influencers. Jeez Louise. Hey, let me read the article. Hey, yep, I just want to read the article. Is that so wrong? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, my computer's freezing. It's not cooperating. I'm so sorry. Not allowed. I just want to know what it says. What if I do this? Yeah, I know. I'm not reading this article. Don't know all knowledge. I know. I just want to see what it is. Yeah, okay. This is the reason why I wanted to read this article, because we get mentioned in the article. Gen Z influencers who supported Biden in 2020 turn against him. The Gaza war, lack of progress on climate change, and potential TikTok ban are spewing anti-Biden content even amongst former supporters. In 2020, hundreds of top TikTok content creators banded together to serve a single goal: get Joe Biden elected. They posted videos, hosted online events, and spent hours educating followers to help Biden defeat Donald Trump. 4 years later, the coalition, once known as TikTok for Biden, is now called Gen Z for Change, and so far, it has not endorsed Biden's reelection. Biden is out of step with young people on a number of key issues, said the coalition's founder, Enrico Murphy-20, who called the frustrations of young progressive leaders a barometer of widespread dissatisfaction amongst Gen Z voters. Across TikTok, Instagram, YouTube, and Twitch, anger, resentment towards Biden is boiling among Gen Z content creators who feel disaffected and betrayed by Biden's positions on an array of issues, including the war in Gaza, climate change, and potential TikTok ban, which the president supports. The rift has exacerbated by the White House evolving strategy to courting friendly influencers while shutting out others who have been critical of the administration. Exactly. This goes on for quite a while. At least gets mentioned here. We not being mentioned here is criminal, I will say. But yeah, so reading this again. For years, Democrats have struggled to work with influencers. In 2024, President Biden's White House snubbed several prominent content creators after they lightly criticized the administration over its policies on climate change, COVID, Gaza, and the TikTok ban. Content creators who challenged Kamala Harris, including Hassan Piker, a well-known influencer on the left, were similarly unwelcome at campaign events. So if you're asking, like, why are people like myself, Hassan, and other like left-wing people who are critical of Biden or the DNC or Harris, why are we not getting paid by this secretive PAC that they claim is like for like just funding the wider left? It's because we don't play ball. Have you gotten your DNC bag yet? No, this is describing why I don't get my DNC bag, essentially. Right? That's what it describes. Right? If you don't play ball, and I've played this before and I'll play it again, right? Which is this clip, right? Because this I talked about this in February of last year. This is what I said when I was on a Assange stream. You know the crazy part about that, specifically from like the influencer side of it, they were offering influencers like thousands of dollars in order to post only good things about the IRA. And if you were like, hey, I'm going to be a little bit critical in my video, and they'd be like, oh, you're critical, you don't get the money. And so if you see influencers that are like, this is why I always say, if you see influencers that are unable to be critical of Biden to any degree, there is a good chance that through some maybe proxies or organizations, they're getting paid to say the things that they are getting paid, or they're saying. You know what crazy? Yeah. Yeah. That's just the that's the answer. You know? Let's continue with this. After the Democrats lost in November, they faced a reckoning. It was clear that the party had failed to successfully navigate the new media landscape. While Republicans spent decades building a powerful and robust independent media infrastructure, maximizing controversy to drive attention, maintaining tight relationships with creators despite their small disagreements with Trump, Democrats have largely relied on outdated strategies in traditional media to get their message out. Exactly. Now the Democrats hope that the secretive Chorus Creative Incubator Program, funded by a powerful liberal dark money group called the 1630 Fund, might tip the scales. The program kicked off last month, and creators involved were told by Chorus that over 90 influencers were set to take part. Creators told Wired that the contract stipulated that they be kicked out and essentially cut off financially if they even so much as acknowledged that they were a part of the program. Some creators also raised concerns about a slew of restrictive clauses in the contract. Influencers in communication about the program, and in some cases an onboarding session for those receiving payments from the 1630 Fund include Olivia Juliana, the centrist Gen Z influencer who spoke at the 2024 Democratic National Convention over a Palestinian, by the way. Just want to put that out. Lauren Pietra, a former Playboy executive turned political influencer who hosts a podcast for Occupy Democrats. Barrett Adair, a content creator who runs the American Girl doll themed pro DNC meme account. Suzanne Lambert, who has called herself a Regina George liberal. Ariel Fodor, I don't know these people, honestly. Which is kind of crazy because like this person has 1.4 million on TikTok apparently. White women for Kamala speaker appears in court after doxing and death threats. What? Miss Frazzled. Yeah, she has 1.4 million. That's true. Sandra Jennings, a former TLC reality star and older brother of trans influencer Jazz Jennings. David Pakman, who hosts an independent progressive show, Progressive on YouTube, covering news and politics. Lee McGowan, who goes by the online moniker Politics Girl. Oh, I don't like this person, which I've talked about before. And dozens of others. The first two declined to comment. The rest did not respond to requests for comment. Oh, so Olivia declined to comment. Interesting. According to copies of the contract viewed by Wired, the creator signed, the influencers are not allowed to disclose their relationship with Chorus or the 1630 fund, or functionally that they're being paid at all. Dozens of liberal influencers are believed to have been approached by Chorus about the 1630 fund. I wonder if I was approached. Let me check my email real quick. Hold on. Gmail.com. Let's see. 1630. Chorus. No. Let me check my other email. Chorus. No. 1630. Nope. They didn't reach out to me. Sad face. What was I saying? They were told that Chorus appreciated the work they were doing online. Wait. Oh, dozens of liberal influencers are believed to have been approached by Chorus in the 1630 fund financing opportunity this spring. They were told that Chorus appreciated the work that they were doing online and were asked if they were interested in being a part of the first cohort of a new program that Chorus was running to help expand their reach and impact, creators told Wired. But following the initial outreach, many creators expressed concerns about some stipulations. According to copies of the contract reviewed by Wired, creators in the program must funnel all bookings with lawmakers and political leaders through Chorus. Creators also have to loop Chorus in on any independently organized engagement with government officials or political leaders. That's crazy. That's crazy. Yeah, like if you get reached out to by like Hakeem Jeffries, you are contractual. This is a management company. No matter what they say, this is a management company. If they have to deal with or handle your engagement with lawmakers, if you can't meet with like politicians outside of Chorus, they are essentially a management company. No matter what they say. Right? It's almost like locking people in like a 360 deal. Creators also have to loop Chorus in on any independently organized engagement with government officials or political leaders. If I want to work with another politician, I have to fully collaborate with them. One creator who was offered the contract but ultimately declined to take it and asked to not be named. If I get Zoran and he wants to do an interview with me, I don't want to give that to them. That makes sense. creators in the program are not allowed to use any funds or resources that they receive as part of the program to make content that supports or opposes any political candidate or campaign without express authorization from Chorus in advance in writing per the contract. Contract reviewed by Wired prohibits standard partner disclosures, declaring that creators will not publicize their relationship with Chorus or tell others that they are members of the program without Chorus's prior express consent. A screenshot from a slideshow was shared with Wired following this article's publication by Graham Wilson, a lawyer working with Chorus, that offered several talking points if a member of the cohort wants to discuss Chorus. They also forbid creators from disclosing the identity of any funder and give Chorus the ability to force creators to remove or correct content based solely on the organization's discretion if that content was made at a Chorus organized event. It kind of sounds like they control what you can and can't say a little bit, right? They control how you can talk about it, who you can talk about Chorus to. If you make content at a Chorus event, they can control what content is posted about it. You cannot talk about Chorus's funders or who funds Chorus without express consent from Chorus itself. I don't know. It does sound kind of like a shadow dark money group a little bit. There are some real advantages to housing this program in a nonprofit, Wilson said to creators on a Zoom call reviewed by Wired. It gives us the ability to raise money from donors. It also, with this structure, avoids a lot of public disclosure or public disclaimers, paid for by blah, blah, blah. You will see in political ads. We don't need to deal with any of that. Your names aren't showing up on reports for the FEC, filed with the FEC. Wilson did not reply to a request or comment before the article was published. That's also pretty interesting, that it was specifically crafted as a way to be like, hey, you're never going to have to disclose any of this, by the way. We get around all those pesky disclosure rules and stuff. You don't have to worry about any of that stupid stuff, that silly stuff, like public disclosures and such, That's kind of crazy. That is a little bit crazy. Just pointing that out there. That can't be. Bitcoin himself said they didn't do that. Yeah, Bitcoin himself said that they don't do that. But that's crazy. That's crazy and insane. And why? Why would you even assume that? The Federal Election Commission declined to comment. So also they were reached out, but they also declined to comment. What is going on here? The goal of Chorus, according to a fundraising deck obtained by Wired, is to build new infrastructure to fund independent progressive voices online at scale. The creators who join the incubator are expected to attend regular advocacy training and daily messaging check-ins. These messaging check-ins are led by Cohen on rapid response days, and creators also have to attend at least 2 Chorus newsroom events per month, which are events Chorus plans often with lawmakers. Elizabeth Du Bois, an assistant professor and university research chair at politics, communication, and technology at the University of Ottawa, who has researched the ways influencers are reshaping the United States political system, says that we are seeing influencers being pulled into these dark money campaigns and shadowy campaigns where the legal aspect is murky at best. Sometimes it's actually clear that the influencers are being used to, for example, evade spending limits. She says, I think that we need to remember that for democracy to thrive, we do need transparency around who's paying for political messaging. Yeah. Don Hyder, the executive chief of Markula Center for Applied Ethics at Santa Clara University, says that the outline restrictions violate ethical norms. If the contract for getting money for a particular interest group says you can't disclose it, it's pretty simple. You can't take the money, he says. We are living in an era where a lot of powerful beings are basically taking the rule book and throwing it out the window. Wilson maintained that in a post-publication email that creators are free to work with any other groups or take on other partnerships outside of the Chorus program and say whatever they want as a part of the work, that work or on their own. See, that's shady, chat. He says that creators are able to take other work and they can say whatever they want as a part of that work. But that implies that when they do work with Chorus, there are limits on what kind of speech that they can say, right? Because Chorus does limit that speech. This is like a very lawyer speak to be like, You know, no, creators can say whatever they want so long as they don't do it while being paid by us, you know? So if they want to work with a different organization, they can say whatever they want about that organization and for that content, stop. But the doublespeak there is like, but if they do work for us, we do control what they have to say. He doesn't deny that. He all but confirms it. Keith Edwards, the Democratic content creator who has skyrocketed to fame on YouTube since starting his channel last year, was not invited to be a part of the program, but believes that the way that it's structured seems predatory. He says that he would never agree to take part in a program that was run in secret or wouldn't allow him to disclose funding. What I don't understand is why wouldn't you just donate to creators directly who've already built something that just needs to put gasoline on the fire, says Edwards. Democrats at least understand that the internet exists now, so that's good, but they still think the influencers are just there to do a terrible direct-to-camera interview and that nobody watches rather than just treating us like another form of media. Yeah. Also, you can't work with another group in a way that would interact with a politician without actual reverse. Exactly. You could only work with other groups insofar as you make content that they can pay you for potentially. But you cannot interact with politicians. You can't interview politicians. That has to go through course according to the contract. So the contract is exclusionary, right? They claim that it's not a non-compete contract, but it is a non-compete contract when you're dealing with politicians. They are a management company, right? I've reviewed contracts for management companies that say precisely this language, right? They'll claim that, like, yeah, no, if you work with a company outside of us, you know, we don't control what you do there, but you can only work with companies with us, you know? It is effectively a non-compete without saying non-compete on it. That's all I'm thinking if I get the subs. Much appreciated. Thank you very much. The influencers offered the funding were given just days to sign the contract, which was essentially presented on a take it or leave it basis. At least one cohort was specifically told that they could not have their lawyers redline it, which seems illegal, right? Any contract being like, you can't have your lawyers reading it is an insane contract, right? I don't know how legal that is or how enforceable that is. If you do show the contract to your lawyer and then Coors finds out and lawyers is like, we're gonna sue you for showing this to your lawyer, I don't know how that would fly
right and they indicted
in a court of law. You know? Again, I'm not a lawyer, so I can't speak to it. But it does seem weird. At least one cohort specifically told that I could not have the lawyers redline it. In the group chat forum to discuss contract negotiations, some creators discussed a clause prohibiting the disparagement of other creators. Not being able to criticize anyone else affiliated with Chorus felt restricted to Sun, according to the text messages posted in the chat. But keep in mind, for the people who signed the contract, they cannot talk bad about Brian Tyler Cohen, according to this non-disparagement clause, about other creators. Not you can't disparage Chorus, which I'm sure that's in there as well. It's you can't, first of all, you can't acknowledge that Chorus exists. And you can't disparage other creators who are also part of Chorus. All right, so if Aaron Parnes is posting pro-Israel content, I can't stitch that video saying, hey, that's bad. That is a breach of my contract.
Tier 1 sub to Kyara_1312. They have given 6 gift subs in the channel.
Who's very in China? Thank you for the gifted sub. Much appreciated. I was thinking for the 500 bits too. Thank you. Not being able to criticize anyone else affiliated with Chorus frustrated some, according to the text messages posted in the chat. Eventually, the creators in the group chat agreed to drop the issues they had. I don't think Chorus is out to screw us. Orland's creator who was offered $8,000 per month said in the group chat. Of course, you would say that. If you're offered $8,000 per month, yeah, no, of course you would say, yeah, no, I think it's fine for me, actually. Sure. Some influencers for the Chorus Creator Incubator Program were offered as little as $250 per month. That's insane. That's crazy. According to, that's less than like $10 a day. According to one creator who declined to accept the deal. while others were offered membership into an amplifier cohort, which provided up to $8,000 per month. The 1630 Fund has emerged as a powerful funder in the Democratic spaces in recent years. Its website notes the issues that issues supported by the organization include economic equality, meaningless, affordable healthcare, also meaningless, climate solutions, meaningless, racial justice, meaningless, voter access, that at least has some statements behind it, but also kind of meaningless, and other essential social change goals. This is just like all just like funder speak. What does economic equality mean? Sorry, equity mean? You know? Tax the rich? You feel me? Is that what it means? Like, what does economic equity mean? Affordable healthcare, what does that mean? Medicare for all? Universal healthcare? Obamacare 2.0? Like, what does that mean? Climate solutions, what does that mean? It's so vague in general. Those just sound like a way for Brian Tyler Cohen to make sure that people don't criticize him in AIPAC. I don't think this is AIPAC funded. I will stand on that. There's no evidence that this is like AIPAC funded. They're just doing it for the love of the game. They're just like, no, we're pro-Israel for the love of the game. No AIPAC funding needed. The organization was founded in 2009 as a liberal response to conservative dark money groups, organizations like the Koch network, and under Trump, it had soared. In 2018, the 1630 Fund provided $141 million to more than 100 left-leaning causes in order to bolster Democratic support during the midterms. According to a tax filing obtained by Politico, in 2020, the fund distributed more than $400 million, according to the organization's public tax filings, which Politico said was used in efforts to unseat then President Donald Trump and Republican Senate majority. In 2022, the 1630 Fund spent $196 million backing state ballot measures on abortion rights heading into the midterms, according to NBC. Just 4 donors accounted for close to 2/3 of the funding of the fund's revenue in 2023. According to tax filings, the largest donor gave $50 million, while other donors gave $31 million, $21 million, and $13 million. Which is insane. I would have given the benefit of the doubt if not wrote out the Darvo on our article writer. Yeah. I wonder if it shows who the funders are. I think I saw this before as well. No, let's look at it later. Jeez, it keeps going. Actually, no, we're almost done. The 1630 Fund was not required to disclose its contributors. That makes sense. The 1630 Fund, which is not required to disclose its contributors, has for years been a major funding source for liberal and progressive causes and groups, including those that spend in elections, says Walker Davis, a research director for open government group Citizens for Responsibility and Ethics in Washington. Though their recent tax returns indicate that they have pulled back from the eye-popping sums they raised in 2020, the organization is still one of the top spending politically oriented nonprofits in the country. CORS, which is described in the contracts reviewed by Wired as a project of the 1630 Fund that handles operations for the creative program, launched in 2024 with ties to Good Influence, a for-profit influencer marketing agency aimed at helping content creators connect with social good campaigns. See, this is interesting because I actually know people who are a part of Good Influence, apparently. Right? Who are listed in their on the freaking homepage. You know, this guy's a freaking leftist. You feel me? Good Influence was founded in October 2020 by Stuart Perelmuter, a former communication director for Representative John Yarmouth of Kentucky. Seeing an opportunity after Kamala's loss last November, Perelmuter co-founded CORS with Democratic influencer Brian Tyler Cohen, who has over 4.6 million subscribers on YouTube and leads messaging check-ins for the creator cohort on rapid response days. According to records reviewed by Wired, Chorus claims that the initial content creator cohort has a collective audience of more than 40 million followers with more than 100 million weekly viewers, and that the organization has hundreds of creator signups and ready to amplify messaging. Yeah, was that Consciously? That was Consciously, which I also know Consciously. Right? He's spoken out about Palestine. So I don't know if he took the deal though. That's a question I could ask some of these people. I've spent most of my career researching right-wing media and sounding the alarm about the collapse of our old information environment. Ellie Langford, the director of programming at Chorus, said on a Zoom call, is she a creator? I know, apparently that's a Dead Space character. So, yeah. Unconsciously surely he didn't take it. I will say don't. You'd be surprised about who takes what deals. I wonder what the Jam Boys are gonna say about this. This is what I'll say. Pay attention to who doesn't talk about it. The people who listed in this article are kind of forced to have a take on it, but pay attention. Pay attention to the people who don't talk about it. I'm not making any claims about who will or will not talk about it, but I'm saying pay attention to the people who don't. Has Christian talked about it? I am genuinely curious. Christian Divine. Right? I mean, obviously they're not offering me any money because, like, yeah, I criticize the Democrats too much. Yeah, a lot. What is this at? Oh, okay. He has talked about it. Let's see. I don't think Christian is
So Democrat leading Dark Money Group has been secretly funding really big influencers, people like Aaron Parnas, David Pakman, Suzanne Lambert, upwards of like up to $8,000.
Still today, this morning. I mean, like, people are definitely, like, I have 20 plus notifications. People are definitely talking about it, you know? People are definitely talking about it. So I'm sure I didn't miss anything. I'll get to my tweets in a second. No, it's not. Send me the full contract. Send it to me right now. Send it to me right now. Ethan Klein taking Dark Money would be very funny. No, Ethan Klein is just a Hosbris for fun. I can try to see if I can find it. Chorus creator program contracts. File type PDF. Oh, that I felt a little bit better, but like, man, my COVID's still kicking me while I'm down. Nope, that's not it. I don't need a collective bargaining agreement. Let's see. 1630 fund. No, this is just a public disclosure. What? I can't find the somebody find me the contract, please. I beg of you. Somebody find me the contract. I need to see it. Creator, Cubator, program. I don't believe you when you said it's out there. I'm being real. I do not believe you when you said it's out there. I'm quoting Chris Richards. Who's Chris Richards? The soccer player? Well, how did Lorenz get it? Lorenz got it by talking to the creators. They haven't released the contract though. I'm sure like Wired had saw the contract. They have the contract. They have not released the contract. Right? Anyway, let's see what Christian Divine is saying.
Dollars a month, which translates to like $90K a year to push like democratic messaging. The contract is kind of crazy. It comes with a lot of restrictions. The biggest thing being that they could never talk about it and never let people know that they were getting paid for it. And while that might sound unsurprising, there are multiple things about the story that are absolutely hilarious. Thing number one is that they didn't start doing this until after they lost the election. And I really need you to think about that. First, Republicans have been doing this. Republicans stay sending dark money to influencers. They've been doing it for online content creators for like a minimum of 10 years. But then when you think about media as a landscape and a whole, Republicans have been doing this for decades upon decades, especially when you think about the talk radio craze of the late 80s into the 90s that the Democrats didn't catch up on until like 2000. And by then it was already established and they were already behind. The next thing is that this makes all of the pre-election Fed jacketing super funny. I talked about this at one point at the way that like when it's political advertisements, you don't have to disclose in your video that you're being paid for it, but it does get disclosed generally for like tax purposes into the government. If you ask people about it, they are fully at will to answer. And while people were sitting around being like, oh, this person's on the payroll of the DNC, that person's on the payroll of the DNC, I need you to know that your corrupt political thinking, like your corrupt political strategy in your head was more advanced than the Democrats had thought to do.
He's actually wrong about this. Christian's incorrect about this. The DNC was paying people. They did have people on their payroll to talk about these issues. This is just the case, right? And this has been confirmed. Jessica Burbank is now digging it out with Taylor. Don't tell me Jessica Burbank took the paycheck. Please. Stop. Stop. Please, no. I didn't realize it was after the election. Yeah, Chorus is after the election. But the DNC was paying people before the election. She posted some ChatGPT. What are we talking about here? Just send me a link. What are we talking about? What are we talking about? Like, I'm gonna be real. I'm going to look at people who took the money a little bit sideways. To a certain extent, I'm not gonna yell at them because getting paid as a creator online already sucks. Trust me, I know. But I will look at them sideways because they were in the same position that we are in. And they're like, I'm going to sell out to make a bag. I don't know that I've ever seen her say anything about the genocide. No, she had to have, right? I'm not tripping. I'm not tripping, am I? I'm not tripping, am I? Hold on, stop, please. I mean, she said this last year. Weird to see people condemn political violence who are ambivalent to genocide. Okay. The IDF is worse than Hamas, Jessica Burbank's anti-Israel disinformation campaign.
Early on the morning of Shabbat and on Jewish...
That's not what I'm looking for. They just keep referencing a segment, but they don't link the segment. Her crash came out of nowhere. Why is she crashing out? What is happening? What is it a crash out about? Let me not search on. Seemingly, Jessica Burbank is the one who started the complete lie that I saw are funded by the 1630 Project or 1630 Fund or the Media Network reporting is on. A Media Network has received zero funding from 1630, and I received zero funding from 1630. This disgusting thing to do to another reporter. Source equals ChatGPT.com. This honestly might be a hit dog holler type situation. I think she might have been getting paid by Chorus. And I like Jessica. Yeah, well, I mean, we'll get to this in a second. It's further down in the list. A screenshot is for a refund 1630 sent to from an Omidyar program. From a program that Omidyar funded years ago before the reporter in residency program even began. The fact that Jessica Burbank is spreading a complete fabrication about me and a coordinated attack about influencers is revealing. Jessica talking about how she's leveraging her connections in media to spread this stuff too. What other journalists has she been boosting in this smear campaign too? My story with Wired is factual. Participating in a coordinated smear attack is low. Nearly every progressive org gets money from 1630. Down home, North Carolina, Move On, People's Action, the org you get paid from. I never taken money from them. You're shady and doing bad journalism. Let's talk about what's low, Taylor. Should I tell others about you? You have one formula: getting views. Manufacturing controversy is bad for the left. The way you operate has made my life hell for the last 2 months. What? What is she even? What is she referring to? Comments coming for you and has nothing to do with me. Okay, honestly, this may be like a this may just be like a personal beef thing. You know? I don't know if Jessica did get paid or didn't get paid. My mutuals are battling it out right now. But it may just be like a personal beef thing. These creators were asked to comment to why before the article came out. So this could be that. Not all the creators, right? Just the ones that were named in the article. I will stand by look at how people respond to this story. I will stand by that. Look at how people respond to this story, because that's very weird, in my opinion. Right? Technically, we're not all done with this article, but from what I've seen, it's not been like anything incorrect. And I say this as somebody who has been in these spaces. Right? There are people who will sell out and not talk about certain political, like the genocide, because they want to make money in the future. And there is a trend about the people who were getting paid from Chorus and their lack of focus on the genocide. You know what I mean? Like, we can take a look. They should release the list of people who were paying them. Everybody who's getting paid should disclose it, right? But like, we can take a look at the people who are, you know what I mean? The people who are getting paid, like this person, and we can check and see, have they or do they talk about the genocide? And by and large, the answer is no. Right? Maybe they have. Maybe, genuinely, maybe they have. But a lot of times, the answer is just no. And there's a reason for it. Right? I mean, if she's collabing with Micah, like, this kind of answers the freaking question for me. But there's a reason for it. She posted about World Central Kitchen in July, which is, I think this is when freaking Hillary Clinton was posting about it as well. Right? But like, was there any No. From what I've seen, like, this person doesn't have like much content about Gaza. And that's the problem, is that it seems like a very trend of the people who were getting paid by this dark money group. Right? We can check this person, Gemma Talks or whatever. What? Are they not on TikTok? What? Oh, okay. They deleted their page, so that's interesting. Their page was up as of like 3 weeks ago on August 7th, but I guess since the article came out, they deleted their page. We checked like the Zactivist. Like, I'm not trying to like air these people out specifically, right? But it is important to note that there does seem to be, right, some apprehensiveness with talking about Palestine, and that could very well be a reason as to why these people were selected specifically. You know what I mean? Like, why these people were selected specifically. Why there's seemingly a difference between why they were selected and why people like, you know, Hassan weren't selected, or like I wasn't selected, or people who do speak about Palestine weren't selected. Right? And maybe that's indicative of, you know, a level of control, because when you only offer people who are pro-Israel money, it kind of seems like you're running a pro-Israel progressive accept Palestine in liberal content group. And even if you weren't doing the shady like secrecy stuff, that's still worthy of criticism. Would you take it in cash if it was good? Maybe, who knows? It doesn't really matter because I'm never in a situation to accept the cash in the first place. Already creators in the program are creating content together in a weekly series titled Good News in Politics. 6 creators in the program shared a collaborative video running through political wins. Follow these creators to bring you hope instead of doom scrolling. And then they list a bunch of creators. While some creators are eager to work with Chorus, others distrust the organization. This spring, Chorus faced a wave of backlash from prominent content creators whose images were included in a firm's fundraising deck without permission. I was included in some of Chorus's decks. We have access to V when you don't, said vSphere, a liberal content creator with over 3.5 million TikTok followers on TikTok, who I also have problems with because V also doesn't talk about Palestine either. Following the publication of this article, Wilson said that there's no record of V being included in any Chorus materials, nor being named as a part of the effort. The faces of several well-known influencers were featured prominently on Chorus's website beneath a giant donate button. However, users who clicked the button were taken to a fundraising page for Chorus instead of anywhere the dollars could go directly to the creators featured. Progressive YouTuber and 4Media Matters staffer Kat Abu, who's running for Congress in Illinois, was pictured on Chorus's website and included in fundraising decks without her consent. She asked that her image and name be removed and no longer be used in fundraising purposes. Sphere and other content creators have accused Chorus of attempting to establish themselves as a gatekeeper to Democratic political leaders, which is kind of what they're doing. What we need is for people to invest in independent media. And that doesn't necessarily mean investing in consulting groups that is going to be become a middleman for independent media. Several influencers who dodgingly defended Chorus throughout its controversy included Elizabeth Booker Houston, a Democratic comedian and content creator on Instagram, Ali O'Brien, a progressive creator with more than 600,000 followers on TikTok, and were involved with membership talks for the highest paid tier in Chorus' new incubator program. Houston did not respond to requests to comment. O'Brien declined to comment. Interesting. I'm just saying. Still, some creators heard about 1630 Fund in Chorus, a funding initiative, and applied to join. One creator named Chesko, who goes by the speech professor online, applied to join the program because he viewed it as an opportunity to get access to people who have funding and backing and actual resources that I could use, he said. Ultimately, he wasn't accepted into the and received an email on June 26th rejecting the application. We are planning to bring more creators into the incubator program in the near future, Chorus wrote. The structure of the program highlights the vast difference between how Democrats and Republicans attempt to amass online influence. Republicans have spent decades building up a powerful independent media ecosystem through the right-wing influencers world is far more transparent. In September 2024, a federal indictment alleged that a Russian state-sponsored network, RT, was covertly providing millions of funding to Tenet Media, a company working with major right-wing influencers like Benny Johnson, Tim Pool, Dave Rubin, and Lauren Southern. In 2024, the National Republican Congressional Committee spent nearly $500,000 on work with Creator Grid, an influencer marketing company whose website says it connects Republican candidates with the internet's most powerful conservative influencers, according to analysis of campaign finance filings with the Washington Post. So they just saw this and were like, we're going to do this ourselves. Steve Buckley, a digital sociologist at City St. George University in London,
Sort of something just subscribed.
Sort of something for the Prime, says that these sorts of programs have been happening in the right wing for ages. But Heider says the structure of the 1630 Fund deal raises the question: is it ethical to match the tactics of your opponents? The Democrats appear to have no real counters in the system. Democrats missed the next generation of media, says Brendan Gahan, co-founder of influencer marketing agency Creator Authority. Historically, they owned Hollywood, but this generation of influence is digital, and they've miscalculated that. I don't think they feel comfortable in arenas where they lack control. I mean, that's true. Yeah. So that's the article that has a lot of people mad and upset with the state of what's going on now. And I think that it's pretty interesting, for lack of a better term. But yeah, people are very mad. And so, trigger warning for Tectone. Let's take a little bit of let's go back to Christian Divine's video. Let's finish it off.
I need you to think about that. People were sitting around assuming that there were people on secret DNC payroll, and the Democratic establishment hadn't even thought that was worth investing in until they lost. I think there's this perception.
Yeah, he's not necessarily correct on this, and this is what I want to bring up as well. Phineas. And it's this. I don't know if I showed this yesterday. But they did actually, in a very similar structure, invest in TikTokers as well. It just wasn't as effective as they thought, because they invested in like the wrong people. But they did invest before the election happened.
In this space, Democrats have deployed influencers to win over voters online. In tonight's Eye on America, Jolene Kent reveals their sophisticated and expensive tactics.
Look at the volume in this hair. 23-year-old Awasane made a name for herself dispensing beauty tips on TikTok.
I just peed in the White House.
So when she posted this video of her White House bathroom break, her 500,000 followers took notice.
I was just shocked. I was like, did you guys see that marble?
Sane, who met us in Houston, was one of a few dozen influencers invited to the White House to watch the State of the Union and meet President Biden.
He said to us, the collective presence in this room has more viewership on Gen Z than all of traditional media combined.
So here's my birth control vlog. It was this viral video she posted after the fall of Roe v. Wade
over the United States in my uterus
that initially caught the attention of a Democratic super PAC. On the right, Turning Point USA has mobilized influencers for years, raising nearly $200 million since 2020.
You realize they're coming for you guys next.
Now, Democratic organizations are flooding the creator community with cash and providing behind-the-scenes access.
Come with me to meet the President of the United States.
We just have to be working with them, and if we're not, we're missing a huge way that voters are getting information about the world.
Rob Flaherty runs digital strategy, previously in the Biden White House and now for the Harris campaign.
You think you just fell out of a coconut tree?
He called the highly memeable Harris a massive asset as the campaign reaches out to thousands of influencers.
What kind of coaching do you give influencers acting on behalf of the Harris campaign?
Talking points, resources, base language.
While Flaherty says the Harris campaign does not pay influencers directly, CBS News found a constellation of other Democratic political organizations that do. In May, Future Forward, the super PAC supporting Harris, hosted panels like Gaming the Algorithm and how advocacy can benefit your business.
In the first 100 days of a Republican presidency under Trump, Project 2025 talks about sacking thousands of civil servants.
Last month, Sane says she was hired by Protect Our Care, a progressive advocacy group that relies on anonymous donors. She made a video warning about Trump's second-term agenda.
They almost help you script it, right?
Right, definitely.
She takes their talking points and puts them into her own voice, saying she always discloses when she's being paid.
What's your rate?
So a video just for a creator in my size, an average can go from $3,000 to $10,000 depending and upwards.
This is a bid by campaigns to create authenticity at a small scale.
University of Pittsburgh's Sam Woolley studies political influencers.
How can you tell what is a genuine grassroots expression of political opinion versus what's being paid for?
If you see multiple influencers spreading the same exact message, you can start to realize, some kind of coordination is going on.
Does that sound a little bit familiar to what we see going on with Chorus? Just a tad bit. Just a tad bit, just a little bit.
Next up for Sane, the Democratic National Convention.
They just told us that if we wanted to put on our own show, that they would give us all the resources to do that.
The Democrats are rolling out the red carpet.
Definitely, and I'm glad to be on it.
The beauty influencer now applying her own filter to this presidential campaign. For Eye on America, Jolene Kent, Houston.
Yeah, this is who
of a shooting like
that's who the Democrats wanted to fund and listen to as their outreach instead of like Hassan, you know? By the way, we have people like freaking Too Raw, Too Real. And this is what I said about the creators for Kamala that may have made some people mad back in the day. That I won't bring up, but yeah. It's like how suddenly everyone in the specific kind of Lips Sky account is pushing Gavin Newsom. Yeah, it's kind of interesting, isn't it? Talentless jobless grifters who would throw up the Democratic message just to get some money because they have no other job options. Yeah.
Of the DNC and the Democratic core and the old guard as this like overwhelming controlling force, when really it's like a group of somewhat incompetent and spineless people with money who want to protect the status quo. I was talking about this article with a homie, and it's like, I think it's almost more embarrassing that they're just incompetent. They're not even good at like old-fashioned corruption. They're not even like manipulating the strings. They're just like behind. And they only started doing it when it was way too late, and they got caught within a year. And also something that Republicans are willing to do that the Democratic Party is not willing to do, and it's like secret, like we gotta put all these content creators up front, is let those people be a little while. And when you look at the details of the contracts, they are super restrictive. It's like you can only push the people who they say you can push and only align yourself with the politicians they want you to be aligned with. So for example, Zohran Mamdani would have been a complete no-go because he's not the one they're trying to push out. And even more so when you think about the fact that like people were questioning why Aaron Parnas was never reporting on Israel until it got to like a certain degree. Yeah, trying to hold such tight reins over the creators that you pay makes it obvious that you're running a front. It's also crazy because there are people who already are just plain old liberals who support the Democratic Party who you could have just pumped money into them and they would have continued to make that content probably at a higher rate with a better rate of success, more resources, yada, yada, yada. And it's like, even when they try, they fail. It's a
yeah, because they're incompetent. They're incompetent. Yet another liberal influencer who never talks about Israel running for. I am on my mission to ratio every single one of these people, by the way. I am literally on my mission to ratio every single one of these people. Brian is the best guy I know in this space. I back him with everything I've got. Nobody works harder or have done more to build independent progressive media. And he's never got to thank you for it because he doesn't ask or need it. BTC is a fighter, and we should all be behind. To which I responded, yet another liberal influencer who never talks about Israel's genocide running defense for this program, fork found in the kitchen. Another shill spotted indeed. I am on my mission to take these people down. Isn't Cohen friends with D? Honestly, all these loser reactions so telling. Wait. Honestly, Jessica's reaction is too. It's so sad because I don't like any of these people except for Jessica. Jessica has like good pro-union content. Like I think Jessica's an actual progressive, right? Like I don't think these people are. But I think Taylor Lorenz just kind of makes people mad. And to be fair, Taylor Lorenz does get a little bit spicy on the timeline as well. You know, like, I'm not gonna sit here and act like she doesn't. She gets kind of aggro a little bit, but she's not wrong on this. She's correct. She's right. She's spicy, but in this case, it's true journalism. Yes, exactly. She's no bad empanada though. She's correct. That is correct. I thought Jess Craven was good, but she's listening to Article 2. Shame. Again, I'm not saying that you, I don't even know who Jess Craven is. I'm not saying you should throw out everybody who was in this program, right? I'm not saying that. However, I will be viewing them differently, right? Because these people, no matter what they say, these people know and understand that they are only approached for programs like this because they don't talk about Gaza. Right? This guy, Brian Tyler Cohen, Hutch, Harry Sisson, Dean, Chris Mowry, Olivia Juliana, they know this. And I can say this with certainty because I've talked to some of these losers. They understand, right? They're genuinely pro-Israel, right? They are genuinely like pro-Israel. They're Zionists. Like this is the case, right? But they don't even talk about like Israel's gone too far in this because they know that that's not what their role is. They know that their role is to make progressives or like progressive base forget about Israel. They understand their role here. That's Brian's role. That's Jack's role. That's V's role. That's Hutch's role. That's Destiny's role. That's Boner Box's role. Right? They understand that their role is to make progressives forget about genocide. Olivia taking a slot, right, at the DNC, understanding that Palestinian speakers don't even get a slot at all, right, is because she knows what her role is. She's like, I'm going to enrich myself above everything else. They will tie themselves to a sinking ship because they don't care if it falls so long as they get themselves a buoy. You know, they got a little life raft. Does that make sense? Anyway, like my tweet. We'll hit it with a little bit like that. Bow. Exactly. Did you go live on TikTok? I did go live on TikTok. We're live on TikTok right now. TikTok, how do you feel about the situation? Let me know. Here, let's see a few more reactions.
Losers party, it sucks, dude.
Ever seen people accuse Taylor of getting funded by the same thing? Yes, I have. We talked about that a little bit earlier.
So, Madeline Pendleton was talking about in this news story about dark money are very different.
Oh, wait,
things,
I want to see
okay?
what Madeline Pendleton is saying as well. Oh.
So there's a guy being weird in my comment section. Okay, I'm a Marxist, so I have no skin in this game.
Why is she posting so much? Post less.
Hey, hi, did you guys see that article that came out saying that content creators, your favorite TikTokers, some of them are getting paid like $8,000 a month to make undisclosed paid ad content for the Democratic Party? Did you guys see that article that just came out? Yeah. And who cares? Everybody does that. Republicans do that too. It's like totally normal. Oh, okay. Wow. That's a switch up. A switch up from what? Oh, it's just, I actually tried to tell you guys this was happening last October, and you all said that I was a liar and a grifter who was secretly being paid by Republicans, and also that I was racist for making that claim. So it just seems like now you don't really have a problem.
Where's the first
with
one
that.
at?
So my life is weird.
This one.
A very weird thing happened today, actually. If you don't know me, my name is Madeline Pendleton, and I am easily one of the most hated people on the internet, but not many people know why. I actually just made a video.
I don't know about the internet. I think it's that's bringing Madeline a little bit too big for her britches, right? On TikTok, maybe.
talking about this yesterday. The reason I'm the most hated person on TikTok is because leading up to the election last year, I revealed that the Democratic Party was paying TikTok influencers to do undisclosed ad content. Basically, doing ads on behalf of the Democratic Party.
Again, people are saying this is Madeline Pendleton's vindication moment. It's not. It's my vindication moment. I didn't say this last October. I said it last February. Literally, I said it in February of 2024. That's why I did. I did. Nobody wanted to hear it, but I did say it in February of 2024. Indeed, indubitably. Roll the clip. You know the crazy part about that, specifically from like the influencer side of it? They were offering influencers like thousands of dollars in order to post only good things about the IRA. And if you were like, hey, I'm going to be a little bit critical in my video, and they'd be like, oh, you're critical, you don't get the money. And so if you see influencers that are like, that's why I always say, if you see influencers that are unable to be critical of Biden to any degree, there is a good chance that through some maybe proxies or organizations, they're getting paid to say the things that they are getting paid or they're saying. You know the crazy part about that, specifically from like the, yeah, it was the first time I saw Sean. Yeah, I said it. I did say it. All right. I said it. I was like, let it be known. Vindicated. Vindicated. Yeah. Let's finish this video off.
Leading up to the election with explicit instructions on how not to reveal that it was paid ad content. They offered me nearly $15,000 to do ads like that, which I turned down, and I told basically the internet, like, hey, you guys should know that this is happening, and a lot of content creators are performing the same pitch briefs I received, and they are not disclosing that it's paid content. I didn't think that much of it, but the video ended up going super, super viral, and a few days after it went super viral, a woman I had never heard of in my entire life who has a lot of followers here on TikTok made a series of videos about me, making up bizarre lies and rumors about me, saying that I was racist, that I was a bigot, all of these things about me that just were not true. And she was literally inventing things out of nowhere to prove these points. And it wasn't just her, there were a couple of other content creators as well, but I remember she was—
We should get back in the idea of naming names. Hot take.
The first person who did it. She kind of started this, and I was so confused and caught off guard when this happened. I even made a video that's still up on my page that you can find of me being like, why is this random woman I don't know, Elizabeth Booker Houston, doing this to me? The stories though caught on, and everybody believed all the random stuff.
Did you just say the name? Elizabeth Booker Houston? Oh, that's—
there are a couple of—
Hey, we know that name. We know that name, chat. That name sounds familiar. That name sounds familiar. She's in the list. It's all connected.
Creators as well, but I remember she was the first person who did it. She kind of started this, and I was so confused and caught off guard when this happened. I even made a video that's still up on my page that you can find of me being like, why is this random woman I don't know, Elizabeth Booker Houston, doing this to me? The stories though caught on, and everybody believed all the random stuff she made up, and it actually kind of ruined my life, if I'm being perfectly honest. It greatly affected my work. This isn't how I make my living, but it affected how I do make my living, my work there. It was such a major thing that my name was like a trending hashtag on the internet for weeks. It affected my relationship with my partner. It affected my relationship with some of my friends who were all giving me conflicting input on how I should handle it and deal with it, and getting very frustrated when I just didn't know what to do. It affected literally my ability to be seen in public, because so many people in public saw me as this basically villain that these women had created on the internet about me that wasn't true. And I've spent a long time since then, almost a year now, trying to clear my name and be like, hey, that's not me. Sometimes people will say and repeat these false things about me online, and when they do, if they're on my page, I ask them to show me what they're talking about, and they never can because these things aren't real. Now, since the election, there have been some news stories that have come out revealing that the Democratic Party was paying, yes, TikTok influencers. But today, something very, very interesting happened. A woman named Taylor Lorenz wrote an article for Wired.
Taylor Lorenz.
About a super secret form of dark money influencing TikTok political campaigns on behalf of the Democratic Party. A lot of people are telling me, like, read this article, and I'm like, yeah, I mean, I get it. It's what I was talking about. I know these things happen. But I actually was getting so many comments from people telling me to do this that I was like, I should take a look. Now, the article is about a group of influencers who specifically have large followings on TikTok, and it names many of them by name who were involved in these kind of shady money deals. The types of deals that they're doing are to defend the Democratic Party basically at all costs, to go in with each other, to not say bad things about each other ever, and to basically support and toe the Democratic Party line. So I'm reading the article and I'm looking at the influencers who are kind of named in it, and some of them I'm like, yeah, that makes sense. But about halfway through the article, I stop and my jaw drops open and I'm like, oh my God. And I'm going to show you what I saw. This is the woman who tried to ruin my life, basically, because
Madeline, we can't see it. The comments blocking it, but we can imagine.
I disclosed that apparently people like her were doing this exact sort of thing, taking paid political ad deals and not disclosing them. She was a paid asset of the Democratic Party for social media campaigning. Now, the most ironic part is that in her videos making up stories about me, she swore up and down that she was not getting paid by the Democratic Party to do that. And this reporter found that she was in membership talks for the highest paid tier of the Creator Incubator program that was being run on behalf.
Taylor's article helped me purge people that I followed or held bent on defending lib mouthpieces. Yeah.
Of the Democratic Party to solicit TikTokers to work with them. Several people have told me that I should consider pursuing legal action because this person literally made up lies about me that ruined my life.
Like anybody who is like defending Bryce Howard Cohen is like you write them off, because either they're getting paid to do so or they're a loser. Like, I don't think Hutch is getting paid, right? When I made my tweet about Hutch, where's it at? Oh, this one that I ratioed Hutch about, which isn't even difficult because Hutch is a loser. He's like, absolutely bananas the way she framed this whole thing. I don't think Hutch is getting paid. And I was like, Hutch wants in. Because he wants to be paid. Because Hutch has no morals. So he's like, wait, I can have no morals and get paid for it? Yes, please. Yes, please. What a loser. Also, let this be a lesson. Let this be a lesson. Do you know who's getting all the engagement now? Not people like Hutch. Right? Not people like Brian Tyler Cohen. People like me. People like Hassan. People like Mike. Maybe think about that. Maybe ruminate on that. Right? Like, I ratio this guy, but you're still throwing money at this guy. Just think about that. Maybe these people that you're throwing money at don't have the motion that you thought they did.
So I don't know how feasible that is from a legal standpoint or what recourse I have. Mostly, the thing I care the most.
32K subs? Hutch didn't get money? Didn't Hutch get money? No, this is a different thing. He got paid from Progressive Victory. That's different than what we're talking about now. Hutch got paid for something last year. Right? These are people that reached out to me. Trying to get me to go to like a watch party or whatever. To like shout out the Democrats or something like that. Right? I declined. And in case you don't believe me, I could pull up the email. But I feel like you all do believe me, so I won't do it. But I can't have that option.
It's about it.
They reached out to me like 3 separate times. About Elizabeth Booker going unhinged on threads about against Taylor. I saw some of that because I don't have freaking threads. If you have a link, we'll take a look at it. But people were like, "Girl, you need to get legal action or get a lawyer involved or something. You're going too crazy."
The record straight and let people know why this type of information gets spread, not just about me, but about anybody who doesn't kind of play ball with the establishment government line, and what the motivations are for people attacking them. When you see people punching left politically and attacking people for having values and morals and ethics, very often there's a big pocketbook behind that, paying for that type of thing. And I think it's important that we are all aware of that. Anyway, the article is up now. You guys can look at it. Taylor Lorenz on Wired. There is a paywall on the Wired website, but I found it on her website, I believe, for free. She's not the only person who's posted articles.
As someone who's door knocked for the MNC, you pay $1,000 to post videos while I'm doing door-to-door summer heat for minimum wage. Actually makes me crash out. Yeah.
Kind of about this type of thing since the election. I've seen some in the Washington Post, for example. However, she is the person who posted about the content creator who basically ruined my life for daring to expose this type of thing was happening. So pretty surreal, weird day in a weird life. It's very, very odd here on the internet, but I just wanted to share that all with you because it is so surreal and bizarre. So my life is weird.
Yeah. Let's continue with this.
But that doesn't mean that Madeline Pendleton was wrong. I talked about it before Madeline Pendleton talked about it, and no one got mad at me. And then while people were mad at Madeline Pendleton, I decided to bring it back up and explain. If you're a content creator and you make a video that is sponsored commercial content, you are required to disclose immediately for anyone to be able to tell that it is sponsored content, whether that be a tag, something on the video. People have to watch it and immediately know they're watching an ad. If the video is political in nature, like it's coming from a PAC or like a nonprofit or something like that, you are not required to disclose in the video that you were being paid to make it. I got offered $2,000 to make fun of JD Vance, but I was already making fun of JD Vance and it felt weird to take the money, so I just made fun of JD Vance on my own terms for the couch fucker that he is. I was also offered like $500 to repost Kamala Harris memes on my IG story. People got mad at them and said that they were lying because technically it would be from a super PAC and not from the Democratic Party itself, which, okay. The reason why this story could be a bigger deal is because we're not talking about sponsored posts. We're talking about people who are on a payroll, who are having their content generally monitored, and their names would not be disclosed to the FEC. When you make political sponsored content, even though
that's not even like inherently a bad thing, if it was known that they were a part of this organization. Does that make sense? Like an example of this is like Gen Z for Change employs filmers that films the content for the page, the TikTok page, right? Like they pay for videos that they post on the page, but that's posted on the Gen Z for Change page. It's very clear that like they're making videos for the organization. So there's not any, just like walking into a McDonald's and then being surprised that the person behind the counter is getting paid for it, right? It's like very obvious that like they're an employee of the restaurant, they're gonna get paid for it. Now imagine if you walk into a McDonald's, and so also McDonald's is BDS. Imagine you walk into a Wendy's and there's some dude sitting in the corner eating like some fries and stuff. And he's like, man, these fries are good. I love these fries. I love these fries. These fries are delicious, right? And you're like, that's a kind of an over-exaggerated reaction. Are you getting paid? And they just say like, I can't talk to you about that. That's a little bit weird. That's a little bit weird. It's a little bit shady. It's all, like, if Wendy's was employing somebody to sit in the corner like an actual customer and just like eat the fries and then exclaim how delicious the fries are, you'd be like, that's kind of shady and a little bit scummy. You know? And that's kind of the problem. If Coors was just like an organization that was like, hey, we're Coors, we're helping build creators up. These are the creators that we have. They're super cool, right? That would be a different conversation. But they're literally in the contract is like, you don't talk about us, you don't mention us, and if you ever talk to a politician without us, we will sue you into the ground. Like, that's a bit shady, no? That's a bit weird, no? And that's what Coors is doing. Okay, she posted a video. I'm so down to watch this after this video.
have to disclose, you're fully allowed to disclose. You're fully allowed to say like, yeah, I got paid for that video. The big thing is that this program wouldn't have allowed people to tell anyone that they were on the program, like in the contract. And that's
exactly
the combination of like not being able to tell people that you're being paid for this and it not being disclosed to the FEC. That's what's different here. So what Madeline Pendleton was talking about in this new story about dark money.
Yeah.
This is honestly what kills me about the dark money story more than anything else, is that it's like, okay, you know, it's not the best thing in the world, but it's like, I'm not mad that they're trying to create a network of creators. They're doing it shadily, but that's like not a bad idea. But what do you mean you started this June? You have a dark money fund being funded by billionaires and you were taking out newspaper ads? No one thought it was worth investing in content creators until after the 2024 election? Huh? Like the ethics of it are
and
suspect.
even then, you choose only people who are pro-Israel, not even somebody who was like accidentally pro-Palestine made it in. Are you serious? Are you serious? That's kind of interesting.
I'm just more shocked that like you guys weren't doing this. Also, just being real, it didn't have to be a big secret. Why would you trust that many content creators with a big secret? You could have just done it openly. And why would you invest in the exact same type of messaging you were doing before? It doesn't make sense. This is honestly what kills me about the dark money story more than...
That makes no sense. This is a way bigger deal than it had to have been. If they just like, I don't know, listened to actual progressive voices and then just said, hey, we're starting this new nonprofit that's helping build up creators. If you're involved, you want to be involved, go ahead and apply here. Instead of being like, we are a secret. We're making a secret organization that could be against the law for like no reason other than just vibes, I guess. Sure. Okay. But yeah, I want to see the crash out from this person.
That will never cease to amaze me is the way that a bunch of white women will revert to their default settings, and we're never going to get out of white supremacy or fascism because of it. So I woke up today to this article in Wired that was sent to me by some folks that says that I'm part of this creator cohort getting dark money in the form of $8,000 a month.
Let me pause.
To push the Democratic Party line and keep a secret. I'm confused. I open the article. I see it mentions Chorus. Now I'm even more confused. Chorus ain't no secret. I mentioned months ago to my followers that me and some other creators who are on the left were trying to work with a PR firm to figure out how to get funding to more progressive creators because this shit is hard. The right already has a ton of funding. Under this fascist regime, it's going to be even harder. We get death.
Okay, stop. Okay. Here, I gotta keep clicking it. Oh, I can hold it here. Okay, I can hold it here. Okay, I'm good. Okay. So a few things. Being like, it's like being like, hey guys, I have an idea to start up a restaurant. And then 3 years later, you're already running the restaurant, and you're like, Johnny, why did you keep the secret from us? Oh, it wasn't secret. I told you 3 years ago that I'm thinking about starting one. Yeah, but you didn't tell them that it was done. You didn't say, hey guys, this is my restaurant. And you explicitly told your employees to not tell your friends that you were doing it. It kind of feels like a secret organization if you're telling people to not tell other people about it. Show the contract. Show the contract. Show the contract.
Secret. I mentioned months ago to my followers that me and some other creators who are on the left were trying to work with a PR firm to figure out how to get funding to more progressive creators because this shit is hard. The right already has a ton of funding. Under this fascist regime, it's going to be even harder. We get death threats like that crazy MAGA dude who tried to fight me the other day in the restaurant. Like, we get crazy shit at us. So, like, we need to get some kind of funding. So, Chorus, I'm on the website. It's been linked in my bio for I don't know how long. And I even did the DNC chair forum with Chorus. It's not a secret.
Lady, that had 30 likes.
Since chair forum with Chorus, it's not a secret. I don't know how long. And I even did the DNC.
That's 90 likes. What are we talking about? Also, I love that her and Too Raw, Too Real are saying the exact same thing. Is the same she's of the other guy? Yes. And let me tell you why. Because her and Too Raw, Too Real and Brian Tyler Cohen and Olivia Juliana, they're not just creators in Chorus. I think they are part of the like executive team of Chorus. Genuinely. I think they are a part of the upper echelons of Chorus. And they were involved in the inceptions of it. They may be like executive director, deputy executive director, treasurer, secretary. I think they're at like the top level, which is why they're so quick to be like, no, guys, listen, Chorus is super great and awesome.
And I even did the DNC chair forum with Chorus. It's not a secret. But then they also said in the article that they control my content and restrict it. Now,
that's not what it says. Right? It said, among other issues, it mandated extensive secrecy about disclosing the payments and had restrictions on what sort of political content the creators could produce. Right? They said that there were restrictions, not that they had control over your content. They said there were restrictions over what content you could produce. And that's correct. If you want to produce content with a political figure, that has to go through Chorus. That's the case. According to the article. Are you disputing that? Are you saying that Chorus does not control the content you make when it comes to politicians?
control my content and restrict it. Now I'm even more lost because I'm like, since when? Because they ain't paying for no content. And my content's been the same. I control what I want to say and when I want to say it.
Sure you do. And not that there's like some implied state of affairs where, hey, you know, just keep saying what you're saying and you'll keep getting paid. And that's not an implication of like, if you veer off script, you will stop getting paid, you know?
And my content's been the same. I control what I want to say.
Did you talk about Palestine? We can check. We can look. We can check. I can't stop this because it will keep playing here. I'll just mute it. Remember this timestamp, chat. There's no timestamp here, but just remember this. I just love I love Threads being your platform of choice. That's kind of funny for me. Oh, it paused. I know how I did that. Okay, she's retweeting Jasmine Crockett and stuff on Twitter. Let's see. Gaza. Yeah, I can do it on stream. Nope, nothing on Gaza from her account. Palestine. Nope. Israel. Just an Axios article. Israel black flag protest coronavirus Netanyahu. So yeah, I think she talked about Palestine genuinely for the first time last week on TikTok, and everyone was like, "Nuh-uh, you're not jumping on with." No, I think that's a different person. You're talking about a different person, chat. That's not this person, right? Here, we can go to our TikTok to see. Also, I love that it was in my link tree. Lady, the Bible is in your link tree. You have like 90 different links here. No, don't worry. It's in my link tree. Number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Number 19 down. Number 19 down. What? It wasn't a secret at all. I was super open about it being number 19 on my link tree. And this video that I was in that had 93 likes on Instagram. Sure.
So DC residents are like, fuck the
freaking loud. Jeez Louise.
federal police, fuck the National Guard. Cannot stress enough how piss me off. You know, I'm here with Jasmine Crockett, the Jasmine Crockett.
Okay, so I have to ask, why are the Republicans such fucking losers that they keep cheating and gerrymandering? What even?
Standing outside of the U.S. Capitol building where we see. I'm gonna tell you one. Look at early. I know.
She'll have something about Palestine eventually, right?
We really want them to kill the bill. We want.
Right? At some point. Somebody said her Instagram, maybe? Let's check her Instagram. I just think it is an interesting trend, right? It is an interesting trend for all of the people involved with this, right? All of the people involved with this saying pretty much nothing on Palestine. I think it's interesting. You know? Here's one thing. Well, this is a collab post. This isn't even her post. It was just a collab post. Has she said anything? At all? Honestly, I'll be fair. I will be fair, and I will just Google her name and then Gaza and see if anything comes up. The Wait, stop.
Instead of sitting here talking about messaging better, why don't you figure out what makes black women so able to overlook whatever little nitpicky issues you have and still do the right thing and make the right choice?
I've second guessed myself.
But this was her response to Taylor. Oop, there it is. She admits Chorus doesn't control our content, including about Gaza. See, that's interesting. Because, like, if Chorus does not control what you have to say about Gaza, why have you said nothing about Gaza? You know? If you weren't holding the position of, like, neutral on genocide in order to enrich yourself, right, through Chorus or maybe even other avenues, then why... Yeah, I can zoom in. Why have you not said anything? See, that's kind of funny, right? Everybody involved with this loves to say, no, listen, Chorus doesn't control what we have to say about our content, including about Gaza, but none of them have said anything about Gaza. None of them have ever stood up for Palestinians. Until, like last week? Last month? For 24 months, almost. You know? Like 22 months. Radio silence about the genocide. Right? But now, oh no, you can say whatever you want about Gaza. And you expect me to believe you're not saying anything? Not to enrich yourself, but because because vibes? Right? So you're just neutral on genocide, or maybe even pro in some cases. Not because you're getting paid to, but because you're just an immoral person. Sure. 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 There's one creator that has a video on Gaza. It is Trump the problem. Which creator is it? Gotta see this. What is this? Oh, okay. Okay, there's one. November 13th, 2023. I trust her to give a correct and moral take.
I find it strange that U.S. politicians appear to be putting a foreign entity above the well-being and safety of U.S. citizens, and I would like for a few moments for us to put aside loaded language like genocide, Islamophobia, anti-Semitism, not because those things are not important and valid, but because I need emotion set aside to get to the meat of what I want to talk about. In October, the Biden administration was very vocal about rescuing Israeli Americans, as it should be. There have been chartered planes, expedited processes, and even a cruise ship sent to rescue these U.S. citizens. However, we have not seen the same effort made or even vocal consideration for Palestinian Americans, to the point that these U.S. citizens have been forced to sue the Biden administration in an effort to simply come back to the country where they are afforded, or at least should be afforded, the same
What happened? So one video on November 13, 2023, again, maybe it changes, right? She only cares for Americans. True, that's true. But like, it's still something, you know? Like, still calling out the disparity of like how like Israeli Americans are treated versus Palestinian Americans. It's still something. You bars in hell. I mean, it is, right? But like, even with that something, right? There's just nothing else as the genocide ramped up. At this point, like tens of thousands of Palestinians were killed, displaced. Nothing as it approached 100,000, a few 100,000. Nothing there.
Constitutional rights as every other U.S. citizen. I don't think they're receiving equal treatment, and in fact, I would go so far as to say that the disparate treatment between Israeli Americans and Palestinian Americans is unconstitutional. Notice I've mentioned ethnicity and not religion. I need y'all to stay focused on that, because all naturalized citizens of the U.S., while in foreign countries, are entitled to and shall receive from this government the same protection of persons and property which is accorded to native-born citizens. But for some reason, instead of prioritizing U.S. citizens, it seems many of our political leaders are prioritizing a specific foreign country, and why? I don't know. I'm sure they have their reasons, but that doesn't justify this. I'm an American citizen. Wherever I travel, my rights should be available to me by my leaders of my country. And the same goes for Palestinian Americans. Something's so off.
Contract? Yes. But I want you to don't get so caught up in like when the contract was signed, because this chorus contract is only one piece of the wider puzzle of the way that these creators operate. Right? They didn't change their language for the contract. They got the contract because they changed their language. You know what I mean? That's it. Right? They got the opportunities. They were invited to the DNC. They get to meet with politicians. They get all of this stuff because they have neutered language to the genocide in the first place. If this is all she said about the genocide in like 2 years, then yeah, it makes sense that like, you know, as like funders are approaching her to give her money, she won't like change her language to talk more about the genocide so she can keep that money. Does that make sense? Which is why I think it's pretty interesting that like, it should not be difficult for me to find what your position on the genocide is. Right? You also call it genocide loaded language or whatever. But it should not be difficult for me to find out what your position on that is, especially 20-something months in. Right? So I don't think Chorus has a stipulation that says, if you talk about Gaza, we will drop you. However, I think all of these creators aren't stupid. I think all these creators have an understanding that they are being paid for a reason. You know? These creators are being paid for a reason. They know it. They know that they're not being paid to say genocide is bad, so they won't say genocide is bad. Right? They know that they're not being paid to hold a moral position on genocide, so they won't have a moral position on genocide. It's about access. It's the question of why did they pick you and not someone else? Yeah. That's it. Which is why she then goes from that to this.
Instead of sitting here talking about messaging better, why don't you figure out what makes Black women so able to overlook whatever little nitpicky issues you have and still do the right thing and make the right choice.
I've second guessed myself.
You know what I mean? I do love that about TikTok, that people stitch videos. Because I take a little look-see that I can see. Hold on, what is this one?
I saw Madeline Pendleton's video earlier today where she said that all of your favorite content creators are being paid by the Democrats. She did not say that at all. She literally just said that she was offered. I saw Madeline Pendleton's video earlier today where she said that all of your favorite content creators are being paid by the Democrats, and I know this because I was offered $15,000 by the Democrats to push content, and I was immediately confused because I was like, wow, she is a socialist who is a leftist and doesn't even agree with their platform, and that's so strange because I've been making political content for so long. And you know, I went to the DNC and the Reproductive Freedom Bus Tour, and they didn't even cover like a flight. They didn't even cover the Uber, you know. So I was confused as to why they would offer all that money. Meanwhile, all of my partnerships have been with third parties, you know, like Congressional Black Caucus PAC, climate change orgs, reproductive rights organizations, National Women's Loss Center Action Fund, people like—
Yeah, so you're getting paid to hold the position that you hold to a certain extent. Right? So this lady was getting paid. Yes, this lady was getting paid by Coors, but even in this video where she's criticizing Madeline Pendleton for like getting offered money by like the DNC, yeah, the DNC is not cutting checks. Obviously so. We know this. They're paying through the third party that she's talking about.
Strategy previously in the Biden.
The President of the United States.
We just have to be working with them. And if we're not, we're missing a huge way that voters are getting information about the world.
Rob Flaherty runs digital strategy, previously in the Biden White House and now for the Harris campaign.
You think you just fell out of a coconut tree?
He called the highly memeable Harris a massive asset as the campaign reaches out to thousands of influencers.
What kind of coaching do you give influencers acting on behalf of the Harris campaign?
Talking points, resources, base language.
While Flaherty says the Harris campaign does not pay influencers directly, CBS News found a constellation of other Democratic political organizations that do. In May, Future Forward, the super PAC supporting Harris, hosted panels like Gaming the Algorithm and how advocacy can benefit your business.
Yeah, that's it. That's kind of the point. Does that make sense? So like what she's talking about wherever I lost it. What she's talking about here is not meaningfully different than what Madeline Pendleton is describing. And again, to a certain extent, so long as there's transparency, I don't think that it's inherently a bad thing. You know, I don't think it's inherently a bad thing to like get paid for posting content online. But you can't sit here and act like it does not pseudo guide your you know, what you decide to talk about as a way to keep that money flowing, because it does. Again, I don't know this person like intimately about like the intricacies of like her, what she talks about or whatever, but you know, you have to, let's be real, you only get invited to the DNC by not talking about Palestine. Right? And if you talk about and center Palestinians, you get kicked out. I don't know why we're acting like that's not a thing. I don't know why we're acting like that doesn't exist. We're acting like, oh no, listen, we are all here because we believe these things intimately, and the Democrats love that. They love to cultivate critical thinking and like diversity of thought. And that's just not the case. It's not. Jesus, we got too many freaking tabs open. Oh yeah, I was gonna show this this one as well. I showed this one yesterday as well.
Damn it, Taylor!
That's loud.
You caught me. You caught me like Colonel Mustard in the Library of the Candlestick. You got the clue, girl. You did it. This is what we talking about, real journalism. I'm talking about she's giving Diane Sawyer a run for her motherfucking money.
What is it? Diane, tell me.
Do you know? Do you?
Same thing with that Good Trouble guy. He only had to smoke for MAGA chuds and never for the Dems. It's obvious that they're in it for the bag. Is Good Trouble? I didn't think Good Trouble was getting paid. But I think I don't yell at people who only talk about how bad the Republicans are, right? Because I'm like, if that's what you want to focus your content on, like anti like MAGA people, that's fine. That's one thing. But so long as you could and can and do criticize Democrats when the time comes, and you acknowledge the genocide and say, hey, we're doing bad here. You know what I mean?
Really know? Did you really know?
No, you know.
Thank you.
Let me start off by saying this. Taylor Lorenz, you're a piece of shit, and I don't know how you can call yourself a journalist without even doing a lick of fucking research. You're just thirsty.
I don't know if he's getting paid, but he made a video calling out Taylor. Send me the video, please. Send me the video, please. Oh, thank you. It's on TikTok. Okay, I don't watch on IG. Oh, this guy. This is not the guy I was thinking of.
The point is that none of them disclosed that they were receiving money from a dark money group, the 1630 Fund. None of them have ever disclosed, as far as I've ever seen, their relationship with the 1630 Fund. And that is the crux of it. Chorus is just the middleman. They're just running the program. The 1630 Fund is the powerful dark money group that is funding this effort. And so
do you know what's just so crazy about this, Tay-Tay? We haven't seen your financial disclosure about accepting money from this exact same fund, the 1630 Fund, which
did it come down the pipeline? Did this talking point come down the pipeline? I don't understand why you would get so defensive about this if you weren't being paid. Legitimately. Genuinely. Genuinely, it doesn't make sense to me. Why? Like, I don't know why Jessica Burbank is getting so offended. I don't know why this guy is getting so offended. Why would you get so offended by the idea that, like, hey, maybe you should disclose, right? They're in the same group chat. I know they're in the same group chat, but it's frustrating because I like some of these people, okay? What is going on here? What is going on here? You can just say, yeah, you could say nothing. You can say nothing. But what it appears like is it appears like this network of creators who have millions of followers are weaponizing that audience to stop people from talking about, you know, the bad and shitty things that they are doing. Like not disclosing where this money is coming from and signing a contract, right? That stipulates that they don't disclose where this money is coming from. You know what I mean? Like, again, anybody who is defending this, you see the difference between the way that, like, Christian Divine is talking about it versus this guy? It leads me to believe you're being paid. It leads me to believe you're being paid. It just does. It does. I don't know.
Cohort that you are accepting, get this audience, $8,000 a month from. Isn't that fucking crazy? Here it is, right here. This is the place that
this is the
pays you.
same thing Jessica Burbank sent. Because we looked at this. Sorry, Trigger and Tech Tone. Yeah, we saw this as well. To be fair, we saw this for Taylor tweeted about this. So again, I don't know who's in this Signal group chat. I do not know who is in this Signal group chat, but I can now confirm that it's at least Jessica Burbank and this, not this guy, sorry. And where's it at? And this guy. At the very least. I don't know if they're getting paid, but all signs kind of point to like they might be getting paid. Maybe a little bit. I think it's weird. I think it is weird. I do. And again, if they get paid, that is fine. But don't get mad at us because you signed a shitty contract where you can't disclose you're being paid. That's not on me. That's not my fault. Just take your money and shut up. Take your money and take your licks. Right? You got to hold your L there. The Media Network has responded to Jessica Burbank's baseless smear claiming that I am somehow funded by the 1630 fund. She's never reached out to Omidyar for comment before pushing these false accusations. This is why journalism is so important. Omidyar Network receives zero funding for reporters in the residency program via the 1630 fund or any other outside sources. Our programmatic work is supported entirely via our foundation LLC. More information about where we focus and how we invest is publicly available on our website. I don't know. I think it's interesting.
1630. That's you accepting dark money, right? I'm sure this is just a misunderstanding, right? I'm just a massive fuck. We're all just so dumb that we just fucking missed this.
Like where does this anger come from if you're not being paid? You know what I mean? If you're not directly involved. Where does this anger come from? I like the specific for the reporters in residency program. Yeah, because Omidyar probably does get funding from the 1630 fund, right? But if they're claiming that Taylor Lorenz herself is specifically funded by 1630, the claim is incorrect, right? 1630 does fund Chorus, which does pay these creators. 1630 could also fund Omidyar at the entirety of the network, and that money could be going to other things, while the work that Taylor Lorenz does is funded by a different source. So you can't then claim that Omidyar is funding Taylor, or 1630 is funding Taylor Lorenz, because that's not the case. You know? But also, guess what? You can find this information. This is what he doesn't talk about here, you know? Where's it at?
It's right here.
Like, you can find this information. Guess where it's filed? With the government. But in the article that he's, for some reason, not showing, the co-founder of Chorus specifically states that it's a good thing that there are no FEC disclosures when it comes to creator payments. That is a specific benefit that he outlines in the article. Where's it at? Where's it at? Is it before this? Oh, there are some real great advantages to housing this program in a nonprofit. Wilson said. Wilson is a co-founder of this entire thing. Wilson said to creators on a Zoom call reviewed by Wired, it gives us the ability to raise money from donors. It also, with this structure, it avoids a lot of the public disclosure or public disclaimers, you know, paid for by blah, 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 that you see with political ads. We don't need to deal with any of that. Your name isn't. Your names aren't showing up on like reports filed by the FEC. So I think there's a little bit of a difference in like crafting your organization in a way that like it doesn't have to disclose stuff on top of forbidding your creators from disclosing, right, your partnership or relationship with Chorus and disclosing the identity of any funders. That's a little bit weird.
I'm just a massive fuck. We're all just so dumb that we just fucking missed this.
It kind of feels like he wants to be able, this is the problem. These people want to be able to just make money shilling for the Democrats and getting no pushback for it. You know? They want to take money to shill for the Democrats and get zero pushback for it. Just take your money and run. Be like, yeah, I took the money and yeah, it was delicious. They want to simultaneously keep their authenticity, whatever of it is left, right? And doing that by tarnishing Taylor's credibility. But you're not authentic, right? You have crafted your public persona in a way that is friendly to get these dollars in the first place. Right? There's a reason why a lot of these creators, again, avoid talking about Palestine. They have crafted their own, the personality, their online identity around being inoffensive to the Democratic Party so that they can take Democratic Party money. Right? And I'm sorry, people are going to view you, right, not very positively because of that. And you kind of have to eat that. That's what you deal with when you are taking money from these groups in the first place. You got to hold that.
It's almost like you as a creator were not privy to every single financial line item of the people paying you. It's almost as if, Taylor, I've hesitated to make this fucking video because the material harm that this is doing, this dumb dick conversation, but it is worth mentioning that this dark money that you are rallying so hard against also funds climate change orgs and voter rights organizations and abortion rights protections and also...
And it should be disclosed. That's not a crazy thing. How is that a crazy take? Right? Nobody is mad at the 1630 fund for funding these other organizations, right? People are mad that the 1630 fund is funding Chorus, and Chorus is saying, we're going to give you this money. You can't tell people where you got it from. That's crazy. That is a crazy thing. That is a crazy thing. Right? And maybe the problem is not with 1630. Maybe the problem is legitimately with Chorus, but that's also worthy of criticism, right? Chorus being like, hey, we're going to lock you into these predatory contracts, because that's what they are. They are predatory contracts where you cannot disparage the organization. You cannot disparage other creators. You cannot disclose you're being paid by Chorus. You cannot disclose who our funders are. You cannot have any other conversation or communication with elected officials outside of Chorus, right? All those things are happening. And then when that gets leaked, you expect us to be like, nah, it's totally fine, actually. Nah, it's totally chill. It's totally cool.
Nothing. Reporter residencies of which you are a beneficiary, Taylor. Sorry. We're just going to need that disclosure whenever you get a chance, okay?
Like it's weird. It's weird. It's so weird to get so I'm sus on this person 100%. I am sus on this person. I don't trust a single word out of his mouth. Is his followers buying it? Probably. I don't trust a single thing he says. Because you notice something, chat? He still in the video did not disclose whether or not he did or did not have any relationship with Chorus. You want to know why he didn't do that, chat? Because he can't. He's under contract. The reason why he didn't talk about his relationship with Chorus or not is because he literally can't, as is the article that states. See, if he wasn't under contract, he could have spoken about it. He could have said, I'm not in Chorus. I don't know anything about Chorus, but like, I think the way you went about this was weird. If that was the case, that would be one thing. Genuinely, if that was the case, if he just said, I'm not affiliated with Chorus, but like, I wish Taylor approaches in a better way, right? That would be one thing. But he didn't say that, did he? He didn't say that he wasn't involved with Chorus. He didn't say that he wasn't affiliated with Chorus. He just made a video being like, Taylor Lorenz, how could you? You're so meanie bobini. Maybe it's because he's also under contract, because under his contract, he cannot disclose that he has a relationship with Chorus. Legally, in the contract that Wired had verified, he cannot disclose that he has a relationship with Chorus. Right? This is what Harry Sisson did. Like, I don't expect anything better from Harry Sisson, but like, look at what Harry Sisson says and how that's different from the way everybody else operated. Right? I'm not a part of Chorus and never received any payment from them, but the outreach is total BS. There's really good people in that program that want to build a strong, sustainable community of left-wing creators, which Republicans have been doing outreach for on their side for years. Nobody said anything. This is also not true. This is a direct lie. People have talked about Republican dark money for years. And will continue to do so. And we should continue to do so. Take it from somebody outside of this. Nobody was paid to make content. Nobody was paid to say certain things. Nobody was told to be quiet. These are my friends and they are good people. Stop taking the left and start focusing on the goal. These creators, to the creators there, keep doing your thing. Like, at the very least, I can say that he said that he was not a part of Chorus and he wasn't paid. At the very least, he said that. You see how that's different than like what Jessica Burbank is saying? You see how that's different than what Good Trouble is saying? Why didn't they say that? Genuinely. Why didn't they say that? Why didn't they say they weren't a part of Chorus? Why didn't they say that they were not engaged with Chorus?
To you by Chorus, we did that.
This description was brought to you by Chorus. EJ Akbar, thank you for the 15 months. And you know what? Harry's not safe for a minute. I'm getting another tweet. Yet another liberal who ran defense for the Democrat-backed genocide now coming out to defend this program. Interesting. I have all the smoke. It's just interesting. It is. This is a party of losers. This is the loser party. The loser party. I think her thing with Taylor might be more personal regarding her recent tweets. Maybe. Right? But she did still run the same line as Good Trouble did. So I'm inclined to think that it's personal on top of potentially being a part of the program. If she's not, she should say so. If she's not a part of the program, she should say so. Right? I can very clearly state on my stream, you can quote me, I am not a part of Chorus, chat. Gasp, hot take. I know. I'm not a part of Chorus. Chorus doesn't pay me. That's yeah. And if you are not a part of Chorus, you should come out and say that you are not a part of Chorus. You're not getting paid by Chorus. Because again, I want you to remember, right? Chorus is only sponsoring, for some reason, people that are like, you know, not Harry specifically, but people like Harry Sisson. Right? People like Too Raw, Too Real. People who seemingly can't be critical of the Democrats. So I have to run, I'll run my tweet back again. Right? Here, this is what I said as well. I said, it's important to remember that once the Dems inevitably lose again, that these are the people that they were throwing money at, as opposed to listening to actual progressives. Here, run it back. You know the crazy part about that, specifically from like the influencer side of it, they were offering influencers like thousands of dollars in order to post only good things about the IRA. And if you were like, hey, I'm going to be a little bit critical in my video, and they'd be like, oh, you're critical, you don't get the money. And so if you see influencers that are like, this is why I always say, if you see influencers that are unable to be critical of Biden to any degree, there is a good chance that through some maybe proxies or organizations, they're getting paid to say the things that they are getting paid, or they're saying. You know the crazy part about that, specifically from like the, yeah. He's never tweeted about Israel/Gaza and his boots with Jessica. Again, to be fair, he hasn't tweeted in like years, apparently, on this account. Right, but I think it is interesting. I think you could actually probably learn something about who he follows. Follow freaking Olivia Juliana. I mean, that should be enough, honestly. Hassan, I knew it. Shouldn't have trusted him. People need to say to Chorus, check that before press enter. Stop. But again, I don't know, like people getting so angry at the mere idea of, hey, I think it's interesting and weird that all of these liberal, they're not freaking leftists, all of these liberal content creators, right, are getting paid, and that could potentially lead them to having certain positions when they're getting paid by other, liberal organizations. Especially when the Chorus is trying to position itself as like the arbiter or the gatekeeper to politicians in the first place. Georgia's Open Society Foundation speculated as the top 1 to 2 donor of 1630 based on 3-year time analysis or something. 80% of the money comes from $4 billion. I know we looked at that already. I don't have any. There's not evidence there, so I don't want to get into that. I don't care. Specifically, those all these creators are fully pissed off at Taylor. Didn't have the same amount of smoke for Coppola during the election or stopping genocide. Yeah. It's so funny they're trying to say people are attacking leftists when the libs have been waging war against anyone slightly left of Hillary Clinton. Exactly. I just think it's so interesting. It's so interesting. Right? Because I will tell you this for a fact. If you've been outspoken about Palestine, you're not in these conversations. Honestly, if I was even approached by Chorus, I would have felt offended. Right? And honestly, if you were approached by Chorus or if you signed with Chorus, you should be offended if you consider yourself a leftist. Genuinely. You should be ashamed of yourself. Because it's very clear that they only approached people who they thought were genocide neutral. Even if you're like pro-Palestinian, if you're anti-genocide, maybe you're not anti-genocide enough. And I would step on freaking 10, 15 times, you know? I put my foot on the gas pedal. That's how I view it. And the creators that, you know, you thought were like leftists who are getting paid essentially to hold their positions, even if they only said what they believe, there's also human nature to not openly badmouth a group who is supporting your content. If they are living off that money, they definitely not say anything that will make the checks not coming. Exactly. Exactly. Or at the very least, you know, or at the very least, if it's if you talk about the, like, I've criticized Gen Z for Change before. I've done it on my stream, and I will probably do it again. Right? I don't tailor my criticism about the organization that I work for. You know? And I don't view myself as or having to neuter what I have to say, because if something that I say leads to me being like fired or, you know, let go from the organization, then I wasn't meant to be in the organization in the first place. I never feel I need to change my language in order to keep money flowing in, right, from this other third-party organization. 113K Uber budget, though, true. And the fact that these other creators just seemingly have a very neutered down perspective on the genocide, I think is pretty interesting. I think it is. And everybody attacking Taylor Lorenz for, like, literally, Taylor did nothing wrong. I think there are times where Taylor gets a little bit too spicy on the timeline for me, or like gets too deep into like arguing people online. Taylor did literally nothing wrong. Would you be very open about working on Gen Z for Change? That too. Right? Taylor literally just said, hey, we got access to these contracts. It's a bit weird. And then people are like, well, Taylor, why are you not saying that you're getting paid by Omidyar for this other separate thing that you've done? It's literally like hit dog holler. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know if I have much else to say. I will look. I will look at people who took the money sideways. A very liberal mom who follows all those creators like Taylor, just a terrible person. I don't care. Taylor will be vindicated.
Zalman just subscribed.
Jeez, no self-respect. Here I am holding a note card. Biden has none. Am I senile? Are all of you steep in concerns about my age? Am I in the throes of cognitive decline? Zero self-respect. Getting Taylor on at some point would be cool. I probably could if I just DM her. Yeah, my mom watches Parnas. Is your mom a freaking like Israel defender, chatter? These aren't even good creators, okay? Like, let me just, if I can get a little bit mean here, they're not even good entertaining creators. They're not smart. They're stupid. They're dumb. They don't do good analysis. They're stupid. You're telling me you wake up and be like, let's see what Olivia Giuliana has to say today? Like, come on. Come on. They just happen to be like inoffensive for Democrats. And so they are pushed to the top of like the charts, if you will. Nobody believes in the lie of pushing people left. He's a pro-Israel like dick rider. 20-something months in. Like, there's no pushing that person to the left. He's getting paid to hold his positions. You cannot, and this is why I push back against people like freaking like Dean. But Dean is like the least worst version of this we're talking about here, right? Aaron Parnas is the like worst version. These are people who get paid to hold their positions. They don't believe anything. They're paid to believe these things. Wasn't Kat on this list though until she started running in Illinois? I don't know. I haven't seen the list. But I genuinely think if you are a leftist and you are being considered for lists like this, I think you're doing something wrong. I do. I feel like DDG got to Dean. I mean, Dean was already DDG aligned, but I don't know what you saw, Cheddar. Her sister just got married and her partner loves Dean, and her politics honestly could go worse. He was already aligned with Epstein, yeah. I don't know. Maybe he can still be saved, but he said he would no longer partner with Hassan over the stuff they sent him. Okay. Do you have a link to that? Is that an old thing that we saw before? He said he never got paid though. Is he just lying? Brian Tyler Cohen? Yeah, I think he's lying. I described it like this before, right? Brian Tyler Cohen is claiming that he never got paid by Chorus, right? Which could be the case, but it could be the 1630, right? Pays Chorus, and then separately through like a shell organization, also pays TC. Not saying that's the case, but I'm saying that this is set up specifically so stuff like this can't happen. Does that make sense? So he was not paid by Chorus. Or it could be like he's not getting paid by Chorus for a creator stipend, but he does get paid a executive director salary from Chorus that's separate from Chorus paying other people. Right? There are literal ways that you set this up so that like you can get paid while claiming you're not getting paid. You know? Not saying that that's what he's doing, but I'm saying that there are ways. There's no way of knowing is the answer. Was that link, but it got auto-modded? Cause yeah, it's from freaking Destiny's community. That makes sense. That was a few days ago. At Dean still collaborating with, wait, why is he in Destiny's subreddit? I mean, Destiny's freaking Discord. Still collaborating with Hassan, knowing that he's a rape apologist who engaged in revenge porn. Like I meant to say 5 days ago, thanks for sending me resources on Hassan. I appreciate it. I probably won't end up making it out there for a handful of reasons, including the resources y'all shared by y'all. Because he's an FC fan. I know, but like, Destiny's literally a pedophile. No, maybe this is his own Discord. Maybe this is inside of Dean's own Discord, and they went inside of Dean's Discord to reach out to him. That's what I will say. That's what I will say. But this is not at all surprising to me, right? Because should I say W were proven correct yet again? Yeah, because I'm literally almost never wrong. You know? I do understand why Hasan, right, tries to do research, outreach to people like Dean. But like, again, Dean has not demonstrated that he was any different. He had not demonstrated that he's changed his mind. At least from like last year where he was dick riding Joe Biden. You know, he only started talking about Palestine after Trump got in office because he didn't want to have to criticize Democrats doing a genocide. Right? Same with half of these people. They didn't talk about Palestine at all. Until Trump got in office. And now, you know, Israel's doing a genocide. Genocide didn't change. But they only started talking about it once Trump was in office, interestingly enough. Is he one of the TikTok kids Hasan talked on TikTok with? Yes. Right? For all the good it did him, because like he's still aligning with like Destiny's community. Like he has like a personal, like, I don't say relationship with Hasan, but he like knows Hasan. He's talked to Hasan. He could reach out to Hasan about this instead of just like getting stuff in his ear about Hasan and then being like, wow, that's crazy. I didn't know about this. Thanks for telling me about this, y'all. You know what I mean? They also like Parker. I was polite about Dean, but yeah, Parker is great. Check out Shana Black and maybe Hasan, I guess. Hasan will always defend people spitting in his face until they do it for 6 months to a year. To be honest, I think he wanted to confirm his bias he had against Hasan. Maybe. I don't know the intricacies of Dean's mind. Right? But what I do know is that when we don't hold these people accountable, they will end up aligning with shitty people because of course they will. You know what I mean? Who's Dean? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Also, Salty Dog, thank you for the Prime. And Zalman, thank you for the Prime as well. The financial incentives do not encourage people to defend Hasan and claim socialism. The brave few who do deserve all of our love and respect. Hey, that's me. He's talking about Dean so cool for a second and got scared. No, we're talking about politics, people. I don't think Dean does politics. But yeah. Take my money, Sean. Yeah. I get like this. I occupy a very weird position. I'm very blessed and grateful to be in the position that I am in right now. But like I occupy, like, I get like the hate that Hasan gets, not to the same degree, obviously, but I get like the same haters Hasan gets with less money that Hasan makes, but also not getting the liberal money because they don't like me either. And so I basically just get like, you know, worst case scenario. But it is what it is. Being leftist is being right too early. And man, is this my year of vindication. I hated Ethan. I hated Dean. I hated these liberal TikTokers. I hated Too Raw, Too Real. I literally called them out specifically by getting paid through proxy organizations. I have never been more vindicated. I genuinely have never been more vindicated. You're one Polymarket bag away from getting being a gajillionaire king. I turned down a Polymarket sponsorship. It wasn't Polymarket specifically. It was like Kalshi or whatever. But it was like one of those like election gambling sites or whatever. For what? The election. They were like, "Hey Sean, do you want to do a sponsorship for the election or whatever?" The same Hassan deal for a different company, but probably for a lot less money. You know? I turned it down. I turned down a lot of stuff. You guys don't see the stuff I turned down. I turned down quite a bit. You see their offer number? No, I just didn't respond. I didn't even engage with it. Probably I would have sold out long ago. To be fair, if I would have sold out, I would have never gotten to this place to begin with. In my honest opinion. I personally don't think anyone should get paid for political commentary. Now, if somebody wants to come to you in an advisor role, I'm all for that, but that's your experience and expertise. But in general, I hate the idea that people get paid for political commentary in a capitalist system. I disagree. You know, in a perfect world, I could say the stuff that I'm saying now and get paid for it outside of like, you know, direct sponsors or direct.
About to go get that.
Jeez Louise! Outside of like direct subs is what I was going to say. Open Presence, thank you for the 100 gifted. I am sponsored by Open Presence. Qatari funding. I am sponsored by Open Presence. Thank you for the 100 gifted. That's crazy. I think, like, genuinely, I think I'm at my highest sponsorship ever. Or highest sub count ever. Maybe. Let me check. Ooh, no, I'm close. Wait. Ooh, I'm close. I'm like 30 away. My highest of all time was like last month at 2,600. And now I'm at 2,500. Which is honestly higher than I would have thought. Just one more until 2K. We'll reach it all eventually. We're almost there. We'll reach it almost at some point eventually. But thank you so much, Open Presence, for the 100 gifted. That's insane. You know, sometimes I watch like large streamers and they're just like, yeah, chat, how you doing? Yeah, no, she was looking on my toes. Oh, thanks for 100 gifted. And yeah, she was eating on my feet. I'm like, we're just gonna glaze past that? We're just gonna glaze over that? We're just gonna skip over the 100 gifted you just got? Like, that's a lot of money. Carlos Fix All. Thank you. Carlos Fixes All. Thank you for the gifted sub. Much appreciated. Who are you watching? I think it was like Kai. I think Kai did it one time. I'm just like, that's a lot of money, dog. Someone give me 8K to teach me best practices on YouTube thumbnails, please. Can update your sub count out of 299 out of 3,000. No, because we're not at 3,000 yet. If we hit 3,000 subs, then I change it to 2,999 out of 3,000. But right now, we're only at 2,500. But yeah, let's see what Taylor says.
Oh. I'm in is currently receiving dark money is lying through their teeth. I'm currently in the Omidyar Network's Reporters in Residence program. It's a nonpartisan, non-political journalism program to support independent journalists. A bunch of clout-chasing influencers on here have gotten and completely lied and said that the Reporters in Residence program at Omidyar is also funded by the 1630 Fund. This could not be further from the truth. It is just a bold-faced lie. And now the Omidyar Network has actually came out and put out a statement making it clear that this is completely false. Apparently there's a massive group chat where all of these influencers are coordinating their smear campaign against me, and this is where this initial lie emerged. Influencer that...
Bro, how is Taylor? Please release the list. Give us the names. Nishi, thank you for the 20 gifted subs. Thank you for the 20 gifted. Much appreciated. I love you all. You all are great, awesome, and amazing. You're the bestest. You're the bestest. And I will say that for now, you see this? What is this? I did not see this. Is this true? Turkey completely severs economic ties, closes airspace to Israel? No. Turkey should open up its airspace specifically for Netanyahu's jet for it to refuel and then arrest him and throw him in The Hague. Imagine it. Eh? To The Hague with you.
I was about to go get the Henny.
And I'm just saying that's an option. That's an option. A Fallen Fawn, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Super generous, thank you. As long as Azerbaijani oil goes through Turkey to Israel, they're full of shit. Lyra Cat, thank you for the 19 months. Anyway, focus up, chat. Focus up.
Has a personal beef with me. Appears to have used ChatGPT to try to find out information and pull completely
That's so funny. She used ChatGPT. Jessica, why? Why, Jessica, why? Oh my goodness, is this gonna kill the online like left-wing content sphere? Hopefully it does, and I come out on top.
ridiculous screenshots, which she's radically misinterpreted because she never even reached out to Omidyar for comment. And then she just ran with it and spread it and even sent it to other journalists. You can even see the ChatGPT right here in the URL. Anyway, here again are the receipts. You can go to the Omidyar Foundation's website where they have released a full statement.
That's so embarrassing. That's so embarrassing. Even if Jessica was completely correct and Taylor Lorenz is a hypocrite, that's so embarrassing that you went to ChatGPT to find, like, you know, dirt on your ops, and then you just sent that link out there. Like, come on. Okay, I'll say it. Sean vindicated on AI over Google. Thank you. Nobody listens to me. I talked about that 2 weeks ago. I told y'all there were people out here who were like using like AI like it was Google. And I'm like, don't do that. That's silly and stupid. Just Google and look at what happened. Exactly. Exactly. LOL. If Google gives you AI answers anyway, that's what I'm saying.
One sub to Userfield. This is
If you're going to
the
kill the
first
environment,
sub in
just
the
use
channel.
Google's built-in AI answers instead of like going to ChatGPT to like Google you can Google that. You can literally just Google, is Omidyar funded by freaking the 1630 fund or whatever, and you can open up the FEC filings. What do we do? I'm sorry. Let me stop. That's so embarrassing for Jessica.
Very clear that I have never received any dark money from the 1630 fund or elsewhere. I have never taken any money from any political group ever. I always disclose the sources of my funding, and a lot of influencers on this app cannot say the same.
True.
Anyone claiming that I or the
As I can say the same. Y'all know who pays me. It's Open Presents, 34 MKD50. No, Hassan doesn't pay me. Doesn't even really pay me in exposure. All right, he should be paying me more in exposure. Also, these are professional media people. What are they doing? Are they bad at their jobs and never realized? Having been chatted switch from the default browser to DuckDuckGo, you can disable AI summary thing, or you can also enable AI content filter. Sure. John is brought to you by Big Hash Brown. Oh, all right. I was supposed to order 21 hash browns yesterday. Should I order more hash browns? I feel a lot better, actually, chat. I feel a lot better. I still feel the COVID, but like, we should unite us with Caroline and take Hassan's money. True. Me and Caroline just rock up to Hassan's house and ransack it for all it's worth. Gimme. yeah. Anyway, I will say that like I have turned down a lot of opportunities. Right? If it's even remotely sus, if it's even slightly suspect, I'm like, Ari, no. What did I tell you? What did I tell you? I feel like I brought up Ari literally today or last night. You did? I know. Last night? Yeah. Yeah. I don't know who this person is. Ariana Jasmine's a Twitch streamer, which is why chat knows who they are. Again, I don't care who else comes out. My take is still the same. She's really huge on Instagram with 200,000 followers. Right? My take is still the same. Is that anybody who's taking the money, I look at them weirdly. I do. Why can't these creators just say, yeah, my bad, I should have disclosed? Because they can't. They literally can't. They are under contract. They are contracted to not be able to say anything about it. Ayana, you were also in a group chat coordinating the harassment and smear campaign and lying about nonsense. I know you don't have a strong record of getting facts straight, but this is a new low. Ooh, again, smoke still stays. I don't have much beef with Ari. I will say, I was sus on Ari specifically about the progressive victory stuff, which I didn't talk about yesterday because I'm not trying to start no beef or no drama, but Ari did collaborate with Progressive Victory. And anybody who did that is suspicious in my book automatically. But I'm telling you, pay very close attention. Pay very close attention to the type of people who are supporting who. A 100%. Because they were totally fine taking money in the back end and signing contracts where they didn't have to disclose who was funding them. They were totally fine with that until somebody laid it all out to bear. Again, if they just kept their mouth shut, I would have less of a problem. Get your bag. I'll still look at you sideways a little bit, but get your bag and shut up. But like attacking Taylor for like exposing your back alley dealings, that it could very well be deciding what you do or do not say, right? I don't know. It's just interesting. It's interesting. I actually agree. Taylor Renz is a dangerous person that will burn everyone and everything for the next click. She literally threatened to out me in her next article, but I wasn't able to mention me because I never had anything to do with Chorus. She holds vendettas, doesn't let them go. It will ruin anyone if it seems that she can be relevant in this news cycle. Y'all stay safe out here. Couldn't be me. So she didn't have anything to do with Chorus, but she's in this group chat attacking Taylor. I think it's very weird. It's very weird people who get so insanely viscerally angry at the idea of pay transparency. Taylor's genuinely the single nicest person I've met through the internet. She responds to every text I send or question I ask with long, thoughtful paragraphs. It's genuinely bizarre how much she gets shit on. She has beliefs, Brett, which you and I both also understand. That having beliefs is a non-starter for some of these people. You know, standing for something is like unimaginable for some of these people. You know, yeah, convictions. Aaron definitely speaks out on Palestine though, right? Yes, which is why I'm not surprised if Ari is not like involved with Chorus, right? Because that would be surprising. To me, it would be surprising if Ari was actually reached out to and engaged with a Chorus, right? But again, when you have associations with like organizations like Progressive Victory, right, and you're out door knocking with freaking Vosh or whatever, I will view that. I will view you in a certain way. I mean, she pushed a harassment campaign over Ashley Reese over her husband's death and a random woman who made chili for her neighbor. I appreciate her coverage, but she has her flaws. I mean, she's an online person. You know what I mean? Like, not condoning does things if that happened. I don't know the intricacies of her details. I know she's very, very aggro on COVID stuff. Right? But she's completely correct on this. So that could have been, could it just be them having blind spots because people involved are their friends? Maybe. I don't think it changes much for me, honestly. She's mean deficient, that's why she's very aggro. I mean, that also doesn't change my statement. It's still correct. I'm sure she has a reason for it. Right? But like it's still the truth. I'm also not saying it's a bad thing, right? I'm just describing that, you know, she is very online, right? And she talks a lot about COVID, which she's not wrong about. As I talked about before, I don't have a problem. I don't have beef with like masking leftists or whatever. You feel me? I freaking got COVID like this week, so like I would be a hypocrite to like yell at these people. You know, they're correct. Does the COVID patient? I know. Right? But regardless, she's correct on this. She's right. And I just say pay very close attention to the type of people who are defending like Brian Tyler Cohen. You know? And Chorus. I just pay close attention to it. That's just what I'll say. But yeah. What an insane story. What a crazy story this is. And it still keeps developing. I've talked about this for like 6 hours at this point? This stream and last stream. And it just keeps developing. There's always more people and more people and more people who are coming out and just kind of showing themselves. You know? I don't know. I think it's pretty interesting. These people unironically support abundance freaks that the Pod Johns helped create. Watching the Pod Save guys slowly be driven insane by staring into the moral abyss of a party they helped create as a modern version of. Wait. The modern version of has been. Create the modern version of has been absolutely perfect. Sweet spot of. I'm not even going to try, but I know the word for me.
Freaking out about how urgent it is to do anything humanly possible to build housing. Are you focused on what will ultimately make California affordable for the people in your district?
Well, I am. So, for example, I'm bringing a set of tiny homes into an underutilized Metrolink parking station. I didn't have to do any outreach, but I started a neighborhood watch, and I also had a whole town hall related to addressing that component. And there's also an ED1 that's being built on Victory and Balboa. The neighbors wanted me to kill it. But by law, I really have no jurisdiction anymore because it's an ED1, right? But we still, as a team, got together with the developer, and instead of building something that was potentially 6 stories, we got it down to 3 stories. And we also got the developer to also incorporate a few more parking lots and EV chargers. So yeah, I mean...
She got they forced the developer to like reduce the size of the housing unit. She said no abundance. What is even happening?
In an emergency, we should all be freaking out about how urgent it is to do anything humanly possible to build housing. Are you focused on what will ultimately make California affordable for the people in your district?
Well, I am. So for
She's like, yeah, I care about affordability. That's why I forced developers to chop off half of their developing property. But they got EV chargers, yeah.
Example, I'm bringing a set of tiny homes into an underutilized Metrolink parking station.
Oh my goodness. We brought tiny homes in a parking lot, bro. She's like, yeah, we're going to solve the housing crisis by putting tiny homes in a parking lot.
I didn't have to do any outreach, but I started a neighborhood watch, and I also had a whole town hall related to addressing that component. And there's also an ED1 that's being built on Victory and Balboa. The neighbors wanted me to kill it. But by law, I really have no jurisdiction anymore because it's an ED1, right? But we still, as a team, got together with the developer, and instead of building something that was potentially 6 stories, we got it down to 3 stories. And we also got the developer to also incorporate a few more parking lots and EV chargers. So yeah, I mean...
Yeah, I think I stop, there's still more.
I live like a
The
capitalist
average?
every single day, Chink. I live as a
Three
capitalist.
3 months, can you try?
I live when I believe.
Demi_charm just subscribed.
Now you have
for the coverage,
Candence,
Sean.
can't, whatever her name is. Candely Tiff. Lies travel faster than the truth, but hopefully people will now see how they were duped, hitting on influencers for trying to better communicators and getting a coin is some pure jealousy. They are in Taylor's comments still raging, as they are going to be. Hold on. She was also a Biden dead ender. Pro-genocide Biden dead enders are still out in full force defending this. Let me tell you, I've been fighting these people for years, chat. You don't get it. You don't get it. I've been fighting them for years. For years, I tell you. Why did Twitch give me a politics and sensitive social issues warning? This stream is barely even about politics. This is about this is literally about creator drama. You gotta be kidding me, Twitch. You gotta be joking with me. This is literally creator drama. Like, this is barely politics adjacent. The creators just happen to be doing politics. That's so silly. Also, I love this. The violation, it just says where the violation occurred on stream. Thanks. Thanks, Twitch. Anyway. Effie, that's where I'm, wait, yeah. This was before I had to wait 10 minutes. Is President the same ones organized that stream with Pokey, Valky, Austin, and with Bernie? Maybe. They also did a stream with, I think, Maya and with Nick. But I just remember when Ari was streaming, she said she didn't know about the D being with President Victory, and the minute she knew, she stopped being involved with them. Yeah, see, that doesn't necessarily track, right? I mean, I guess maybe. All I remember is seeing a screenshot or like a little photo of Vosh and Ari and a bunch of other like I'm Really Irrelevant and a bunch of other different people, right? All like doing like a canvassing thing together. That's what I remember seeing. But also, they reached out to me too. And guess what I did? I Googled them. And I saw they retweeted Destiny and stuff. And I was like, yeah, I don't want to be involved with that. Like a normal person. It's not like I'm holding people to an insane standard that I myself don't hold myself to. You know? They reached out to me. I looked them up. I saw they were Destiny and Vosh affiliated, and I was like, I don't want to be involved with those people. So I didn't respond.
I was about to go get the Henny.
Amy Shark, thank you for the 5 get subs. Much appreciated. You're just clarifying? I mean, maybe, you might be correct. I don't know the intricacies of what she said on that, but that's just how I view it. But I feel like I've covered this genuinely enough, right? I don't know if there's much more I have to say on the topic. Also, I thought the TikTok stream would go off harder. It didn't. That's an L on my part. The same influencers who would block me if I sent them a list of 30 election polls and Kamala would lose. Yeah, we looked at the polls already, but yeah, they are the same people. And they will be coping, and I will not let them forget. Thank you very much. Progressive they also have their drama, their shady AF. Is there more drama I don't know? Anyway, anywho, that's literally what I was gonna say. I don't have much else to add. I think I will actually. I think I might actually leave a little bit early today. I streamed twice yesterday to a total of like a bunch of hours. I mean, Crystal Ball is correct. Right? The left will never win a contest of who has more billionaires, and justice for working class people will never come from a movement driven by politics of billionaires. This is exactly. Hope you feel better. Honestly, streaming made me feel a little bit better. This is true. I'm probably gonna chat. One's in the chat if I want to order hash browns. Two's in the chat if I should order 2 hash browns. There's a lot of 2s. When they are healing you. Honestly, I think stream healed me. I woke up and I started streaming and I felt really bad. Talk about Ethan Klein yesterday so I can watch the VOD? Yes. Watch the first VOD, not the second VOD. If you're gonna order, might as well order more. 3 hash browns for later. But yeah, I think I woke up today, I felt really bad, but then I started streaming and I started feeling a lot better. That's pretty cool. But this is correct. The left will never win a who has more billionaires competition. We should be using the minuscule funding that we do have, right, to refocus our energy onto working class struggle and not just riding the Democratic Party line. I heard Ethan was mentioned on some Oklahoma radio station. That's pretty funny. So your question, how many hash browns do you think you can put down in one sitting? At least 8. Eight? No way. No, for sure. I could put down 8 hash browns. What size? I don't know. I seem like just a normal like size, like just like this. Yeah, I could put like 8 of these. Like this thick and like this big. And like no. 1. No. 2. And you got 8 hash browns, just like 8 different pucks of hash browns, you know? You count hash browns by the puck. I say Ethan and Sex Passiny's getting the business the last couple of weeks has been rich. Yeah, but now they have a ceasefire going on. But yeah. I feel good actually. I don't feel bad right now. Tell me why I was scrolling through Hinge, right? Because this is what I do. And I saw somebody on Hinge, and the picture that they had was them in a Dax music video, and I was like, "What a crazy colliding of worlds!" So you know I have to swipe right, of course. You know? Like she was like one of the main, like one of the girls in a Dax music video. Dax? Yes, Dax. D-A-X. If you don't know the Dax story, you haven't been watching me long enough. Did you say you went through a breakup recently? Yes. What video? Well, I'm not going to tell you that. Hey, what's up with the raid? What's good? Alexandra, Star, thank you for the raid. Hello, Raiders. We were just ending stream, but we were talking about liberal influencers once again. Not Dax Flame. That's a different person. It's Dax. Right? That guy. It's Dax. It's Dax. But yeah, I hope you had a good stream. I forgot what I was talking about. Oh, I need to order my hash browns. Yeah. Any final thoughts, chat? Any final thoughts? My stomach is making the rumblies that only hands can satisfy. Play Rivals? Not right now. My stomach is making the rumblies that only hands can satisfy. I just got here. I'm sorry. I'll be back tomorrow or the day after. Peak lobby when? I don't know. Ask Gremlo. He asked who wants to play Peak, and I was like, I'm down. And I don't know if he ever responded. I didn't check. I don't know. Also, I know Brett wanted to play Deadlock. And I do have Deadlock installed. He moves on to Metal Gear. Dang, F me, I guess. I'm just gonna play League of Legends, I guess, then. That will also be fire. I will say Deadlock is not as fun, in my personal opinion, as compared to something like Valorant. But, you know, it does take less thinking power. I heard Mari wants to play Peak. I'm literally not always available. I'm available sometimes. Anyway, any final thoughts? Anything else you have to say, chat? I said my piece. Trust no one. That's my final thought. True. I will also say, don't even trust me, chat. Like, I will mess up. And I would like to think that when I do mess up, I will take some time to reflect on that. But, like, don't even, like, trust me to that extent. I don't? Good. Keep me on my toes. Keep me on my toes. Yeah. Also, apparently people are trying to pull me into Discord on pull me into discourse on Hostwit. Listen, all right. I don't care about Dean. Please don't involve me in your campaign with Dean. People know my thoughts on Dean. You don't need to involve me in this. Please. Please don't. Final thoughts, Dean who? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Also, apparently, old dude, my hate watcher, is now beefing with Ari as well. I'm like, that's kind of funny. This is literally like a circle jerk of like some of the most insane overlap I've ever seen in my life. Wait, really? Yes. And I only know because one of y'all tweeted it at me. This is how I find out these things. What is even happening, bro? What is happening? What is going on? I get that sweet engagement check. I don't even have a freaking check mark. I don't even get paid for this. I'm just posting for the lulz. You know? For the lulz of it. But I will still say I get more engagement than pretty much all of these people. So it also doesn't make sense why they're paying these people money. Right? And they don't offer me a single thing. How dare you? I get more engagement than them. Just put it out there. People love my tweets. Right? Marge was talking about it yesterday when I rated him at the end of my night stream. Marge likes my tweets. There are also streamers that I won't mention because, you know, I don't need to do that. Other streamers have told me they like my tweets. I kind of got motion. Chris said he clap any of the chatters that hop into Ariana's comments / replies. By the way, don't get clap chat. I stand on my point. As if you saw March talking about your tweets, I did. I'll stand on what I said. I look at people who are. I look at what side you're taking on this issue, and I will gauge accordingly. That's my perspective. I do think, like, you know, obviously don't be a weirdo. Don't try to use me to fight your wars and your battles. I'm a big boy. I can do it myself, right? But I will look at people and who they decide to defend and why. Interestingly. That's what I'll say. That's what I'll say. That's where I'll leave it at. Other than that, I'll catch y'all on the flip side. I'm gonna go order. Maybe I'll just make food. Why not? She commented on a public platform. Why on platform why people shouldn't respond if they want to. I mean, you can, right? But I don't know if Ari and Grandma are friends, and he doesn't want his fans to go and attack her, right? I don't really know her. I talked to her like what, twice, 3 times, right? But like this is his audience, and you can decide whether or not you want to go engage and then get clapped up in Grandma's chat. I don't care what you do, right? But it's Grandma's audience and it's his rules, right? I already engaged, so hopefully he doesn't. I don't know. All I know is that, hey, if you have a secret group chat where you start talking trash on people, don't be surprised when that gets leaked out. That's what I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. If you have a secret group chat where you talk trash about people, don't be surprised if that gets leaked out and you look like the bad guy. That's my take. None of this would be a problem if creators who worked with Chorus just said, hey, I'm working with Chorus actually. None of that would be an issue. Absolutely none of it would be an issue. It's literally that simple. But I think a lot of people are embarrassed. You know? I think a lot of people are embarrassed by working with Chorus, which, again, that's not my fault. That's your personal problem you got to deal with, you know? I shoved an eraser in my mic stand, my mic arm, and I don't know how to get it out. Oh, I got it. I don't know why I did that. Anyway, this is where I'm going to end stream, chat. I'm going to go eat food or something. In conclusion, vote for me for Rising Star. And like all of my tweets. And spread the good word of my stream to your favorite streamers so that I can be your favorite streamer's favorite streamer. And I didn't get paid by Chorus. I also, from what I know, have no friends that got paid by Chorus. Right? Because I don't tend to hang around people who would be, you know, neutral enough on genocide to be paid by Chorus. But maybe they were being paid and I wasn't told. You know? But yeah, if that's it and that's all, I'm gonna go end stream, order my food, and then lay down immediately till my food gets here. Or at the very least until, oh, it's Friday. More like Fry-yay. More like Fry-slay. Sorry. Yeah. Oh, in conclusion, I'll show you this tweet one more time. Sorry, I got distracted reading Twitter. You know the crazy part about that, specifically from like the influencer side of it, they were offering influencers like thousands of dollars in order to post only good things about the IRA. And if you were like, hey, I'm going to be a little bit critical in my video, and they'd be like, oh, you're critical, you don't get the money. And so if you see influencers that are like, this is why I always say, if you see influencers that are unable to be critical of Biden to any degree, there is a good chance that through some maybe proxies or organizations, they're getting paid to say the things that they are getting paid or they're saying.
Precisely.
Precisely. All right. Sorry, I need to refresh my browser so I can raid. All right. I'll catch y'all on the flip. Left flip. Oops. Ew. Why is Hutch showing up on my raid list? Twitch, fix that, please. Fix that, please. Thank you. All right. You know what? Whoops. Oh my goodness. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It literally is not loading for me. Okay. Yeah. Okay. All right, chat. Adios, amigos.